there's a couple of stuff I wanted to do at first here that isn't like super important. One is Tuesday. Adam is going to be improving the quality of life of the prototype that he wrote yesterday. To help test it out. Alright, so there's that. Next. Hey, Spurtman. Next is edit com Terraria. So I want to make a simple Terraria day thing. Let's just put this here, terraria.m down. I really shouldn't have this in this folder at all. I'll just put it on the desktop somewhere. So, botland, Adam135, 1 year anniversary stream. Now, as you all know, the one time I actually don't mind using Adam right now is for Markdown, because I get this fancy preview. So we shall just open this up, close this. Is it gonna do it? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So use title tag in HTML for changing the title. What was I gonna do here? I wanted to write. Oh yeah, that's right. The when the stream started thing. So let's take a look. bot.land/share with others FAQ stream. I think I wrote. Yeah, I started on September 15th. So I'm pretty sure I started streaming on September 8th, 2015. I'll just get rid of the 8. And we're coming up on 1 year. Oh, Hideo, did you try typing a long message? Alright, so I started streaming on September 8th, 2015. And we're coming up on 1 year. I want to play Terraria with viewers. So, schedule. Regarding the issue, I have some days. What does this say? To summarize, sometimes, and I think I got this bug for a long time, but randomly, I couldn't import and export defenses, and even more, I couldn't even put down my defense. When this happens, just after I click the play button, I'm set in a game finished mode. The countdown is still active, but what led me to believe that is the text in the chat. I notice it only now due to the chat being used for import and export. At the start of the game, I get the game has ended. Interesting. Alright. Okay, Horforia, yeah. I'll take care of that. Alright, let's do this. So schedule. The Terraria stream will be on September 8th. On Thursday, September 8th, 2016 at 9 a.m. PST, which is the usual stream starting time. Type streamer time in chat to see what time it is in PST. Okay, rules. There are very few rules, but I need to write these down anyway. We'll be playing on expert mode. Terraria expert mode. I'm pretty sure. So increases difficulty. Yeah. Read about some of the changes here. probably with spoilers. Hey, Tazokan. Alright, so rules, will be playing expert mode. I'll just say, whoa, that doesn't work how I expected to. Yeah, that does not work how I expected to. That doesn't either. What in the world's going on there? It's weird. Okay, so rules. You need to own Terraria. You can buy it here. Is there only one place to buy Terraria? I found I have the game in my Steam library. Didn't even know. I bought it in a Humble Bundle. Okay. Speaking of which, what's the current Humble Bundle? Okay, so this is $10. And out of curiosity, is it on a Humble Bundle now? What are the odds of that happening? No, it's not. Okay, so you can buy it here for 10 USD. Okay. We'll be playing on expert mode, and you need to start a brand new character. Please don't bring in any existing items. Hey, Louie. And hey, Weedley. Instead, I'm watching a stream. It's like $50 Canadian, yeah. Steep prices. And then the only other rule is that I either need to recognize you from chat already, or you need 20 plus hours in chat type time. Alright, Fazimi. Hey, Nifty Nugget. I bought Terraria in one of the Steam sales. Okay. So now, RSVP. This is flexible. Even then, I may stop certain people from joining, e.g. band users. Hey, Alex. Okay, so then the RSVP part of this is, I just want to know approximately how many people are going to be playing. Do you plan on joining for Terraria on Thursday, September 8th, 2016? Maybe and yes. There's no option. I guess I'll just take this out of parentheses. Okay. Do you remember me? I'm not here a lot, but I've been here for a few streams. I know the name. Usually I have an association with a name and then a bunch of stuff about that person. For you, I just remember the name. Apologies. Add in-game. I'll be joining, but on stream only. Oh, yeah. Do you plan on joining? Thank you, Hideo. Okay. So create poll. Is there a wish I could be, but still a work option? No. So please respond either maybe or yes if you plan on playing. Okay, so there, that should be it, right? I started streaming on September 8th and coming up in 1 year. I want to play Terraria with viewers. Schedule. I guess I can bold this. And wherever time is, where is time? What? Oh, there it is. There we go. Oh, what? Oh, asterisks are for italics. I thought it was for bold. There we go. Okay, looks good. All right, so let's put this online. maybe as an answer for attendance is always sketchy. Well, the way I look at it is it's that you're interested, and I recognize that you might not be able to make it. So I guess I look at it as like 80% of the yeses will probably show up, and like 20% of the maybes will probably show up. Sadly, that's the first day back to school for me. Aw, nifty nugget. Well, maybe there will be... Actually, that's another thing I forgot to write, actually. Schedule. I plan on streaming for 8 hours, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, alright. So let's upload this. Well, yeah, a lot of people are going back to school now. Okay. Zedacom Terraria, Adam will be celebrating his 1-year stream anniversary on September 8th. Read more the event here. So bot.land/share with others/terraria.html. I could just skip school. No, please don't do that. Hey, Monetic Bind, do you have Terraria? / do you like Terraria? Okay, cool. Yeah, this is all up. Let's just make sure these links work. That links to Terraria. That links to the wiki. That links to the straw poll. Yeah. So I don't think it's worth it for me to vote. I just had to figure out server configuration and everything else. Because EJ offered to host it. I just don't know what the specs needed for the machine are. I recommend skipping day 2, not day 1. But yeah, hey, Monetic Bind. Oh, it worked? What worked? Okay, we'll have to look into this. So Terraria Day, that's done. It's a trap. What if I'll join late? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, this is mostly, and I probably should have written that there. This is mostly a, let's figure out what kind of server we're going to need. So if it turns out that, let's say 5 people said yes, then we don't need a special server or anything. We can just get like a 1 GB of RAM kind of server. But if like 20 people say yes, we'll probably need a slightly bigger one. What if I want to start a war in Terraria? Yes to both questions? Yeah, I think Terraria is a great game. And I played, let me see if I can find this. Hey, Gavix. Where would I go for this? Bot.land, I guess, and YouTube. Where is it? Playlists. Not really Botland. Yeah, so at the bottom of this was the last Terraria stream. I just streamed on Saturday, and I thought, whoever joins, joins. I ended up playing with Kazoos and Judge Bacon, and it was fun. We were playing a normal world, and I was just kind of messing around, so I wasn't really paying attention to too much. So this, oh, hang on a second, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I might need an overseer and an account server. Yeah, I'll need to test this out before the stream. Anyway, I linked in that video about the Terraria Day. So if you're on the fence about Terraria, you can watch that video, I guess. I don't think it's going to convince you to play it or anything, but you'll at least get to see some of the gameplay. And you'll get to see how ineffective I am at doing anything in Terraria when I'm streaming. Anyway, so here's where we left off yesterday. Yesterday, I did the basics of the whole game. Used the botland servers for Terraria. Actually, that's something I hadn't considered. Yeah, you're right. Oh, wow. I could just host an instance on AWS. I'll consider that. Let me write this down. I could just host an instance on AWS. Okay, so anyway, here's where we left off yesterday. Let me load this up. So as of yesterday, when you make a defense over here, so you can just kind of paint bots into the arena, and let's say this is my defense. Then I can test it by pressing V. And my defense is not so much a defense as it is an offense, because they're straying away from the CPU. And so if I'm happy with this, I could save it. It'll upload it to the account server. So I can just press X right now. It saves it to the account server. And then if anyone wants to play against me, they can just type in my name in the chat. So Adam5, and there. Now they're playing against the defense that I've created. Whoops, I didn't mean to save that again. And so yeah, they're using exactly the same AI. And it's pretty much just a question of who strikes first is probably going to win. So yeah, this configuration you see here of like bots in a line and then one bot here, if I just rerun this again, it should be pretty much exactly the same thing at the end. Hey, Blueberry King. Wouldn't it be cheaper to go for DigitalOcean for 8 hours than AWS? So I'm on the free tier. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I'm on the free tier of AWS. So I probably couldn't even host a beefy enough machine for that. Yeah, I don't know. Minecraft is a throw off of Boatland, right? Yeah. Yep. Okay. So the quality of life things are figured out for defenders should be different from figured out for attackers. So the first thing is bots need to know whether they're defenders or attackers. This isn't just based on whether they're the AI player. In fact, what is it based on? Nothing right now. There isn't a way to know this. I could just make a DigitalOcean has a $10 coupon? Okay. Yeah, I should look into something like that. Alright. Whatever happened to Boatland? Are you still doing what you said in your update video? Yeah, that's the goal. So this is the prototype of what I was talking about in the update video. I actually didn't expect to get it done in pretty much a day. But now what we're going to do is we're going to make it easier to use. So for example, right now I have to go into chat and I have to type someone's name. So like Adam, for example. And then there, I see Adam's defense. He's got one bot up here in the corner. Well, that's kind of annoying to do, right? So I think there should be some way for you to list all of the different players and maybe just click their names or something like that. So little quality of life things. The goal here is to find out whether the prototype is actually fun, because people have played it before, but I think it was too difficult to play. Not really too difficult, maybe, just things weren't really straightforward, and I don't think it gave us a good view into whether the game was fun. I have to build a game for my computer science classes. Mind if I work out the Boatland concept? Wouter, if you want to make Boatland, I'd be honored. And I won't sue you for trademark infringement. Unless your game gets super popular, then I'll sue you. Hey, welcome. Okay. It is much warmer today than it was yesterday. If I could figure out how buttons on these shirts work. I always hate these tiny buttons. Okay, there. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to make an easier way to script today. Let's see. Different attack scenarios. I don't think this is really important. I'm not sure how important this is. Add in metrics so I can see who's online. Yeah, that's pretty important too. Consider adding buttons for everything. And list players with defenses. Attack this player. So this is it. This should take about 2 hours maybe. And then maybe fixing some of these bugs. I'm not sure. But this should take about 2 hours. Then I can put the game online. You guys can try it out. Programming awesome complex games, no problem. Shirt buttons out. Oh, and the worst is actually trying to button up this right here. I find this very hard to do with one hand. It doesn't matter how many times I've done it. It always vexes me. All right, so figured out for defenders. Bots need to know whether they're the defenders or the attackers. I don't know if I can even do this. I don't know if there even is meaningful information here. Yeah, I think I just make another figure it out for defenders. From buttons. There's no on click on this shirt. Okay, so let's go to code API constants. We'll make a figure it out defense version. This is going to get removed at some point. So figure it out defense version. We go into figure it out attack version, and we pretty much just say, so figure it out is going to call figure it out implementation with false. And then figure it out defense version is going to do the same thing with true. And then this is the implementation function now. So now this is defense version. And the defense version, the only difference is that we won't move. I don't know about zapping actually. Maybe it just rubber bands to the CPU. Or its starting location, I don't know. Yeah, Grimbone, the account server's down. I haven't put the game online yet. Actually, I'm not sure what you'd want this script to do. Like, you probably want this, let's say this is a melee bot and this is a missiles bot. If there's a bot over here, you might want your melee bot to pursue it. But then you'd want it to return to this location. But maybe you don't want it to pursue it? I don't know, I should probably just cut out links. I don't know. What is this? Wow, dude. Huh. I don't know what people would want here. Because I think they'd want all of this stuff to happen. Yeah, I'll just get rid of the movement code, I think. Yeah, let's do that. We'll have you figure out movement code yourself afterward. So, if not is defense version and that. Same thing here. Teleport is probably going to happen still. Find closest resource. Pursue waypoint. I mean, probably not. What else? Dest X, dest Y. So, if not this, that is defense version. There. Hey, Delzy, how did WoW go? Why this? Monetic find. Oh, no functional programming you're saying? Okay, so what did I even just do? I added a new thing called figured out defense. Oh, and then I need to put it into Blockly, huh? Figure it out. So there's figure it out. Now we need figure it out defense. This is like the weirdest name for an API. Figure it out for me defense version. Yeah, this keyword. Got it. Use a hater. You is a hater. Alright, there. Okay, so now there should be a block in the game for figure it out for the defense version. Let's go try this out. So we'll make a new script called FIO defense. And all it's going to do is this. Whoops. There. In fact, let's get rid of the rest of these. Played WoW until 4 a.m., woke up at 6 a.m. Oh man. That's intense. Your blocks are invalid. You know why? Because the account server doesn't know about this change. And now it does. Update. Wait, what? It should know. What's going on here? What? Figure it out defense version. Oh, it's got version in the name. Oh, and I didn't put version in the name. Figure it out defense. Oh, well, let's just get rid of version. And then let's do the same thing here. Version. There. Okay, that should be it. Now we can restart this. I've been copying all your code off stream. I call it bot world. Why are my blocks invalid? Oh, the client thinks my blocks are invalid. Okay, well, here's the easy fix to that. It's called refreshing the page. Done. Okay, now let's try this again. So now we put figured out defense version. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so now when we put these bots down and we test this out, they shouldn't move. Oops, I didn't mean to save that. I keep pressing the save button. Yeah, okay, so now nobody's moving. Which is not a very good attack, is it? Wait, why aren't these guys attacking? Do I have figure it out here at all? Hello? This one. Okay, so if we put those there, they should attack, right? No. Oh, wait a second. If not is defense version, that should be correct. And that should be, what's going on here? Hey, Telsigo. Plausible deniability on Vote World. Ross Geller lookalike. Okay, so what is going on here? The figure it out for me script just stopped working. So figure it out calls into this, and is defense version will be false. So if this is, yeah, what? This should be correct. There are no ors there. Oh, wait a second. I know why. Because no, never mind. I don't know why. Alright, well, I'll figure out why. And how's it going? It's going pretty well. I'm, like, a little bit nervous because if I put this online and people say this is decidedly not fun, then there's only so much more I can do. If they say that it's fun, then that's it. Then I only have a lot of work ahead of me, but then the ambiguity is cleared up a lot. So now we just have to hope for that. Also, tonight I'm meeting up with Syntonic for the first time in like 7 years. Yeah, so this isn't working. I gotta go find out why. Let's try this out again. So I connect over here. These bots have the correct script and they're working fine. These bots and these bots, yeah, they're not moving, which means that this is probably getting passed in as false. Or I did this wrong? No. Thought you were nervous because of the shirt buttons. Okay, there's one thing I can do here. I can just print this out. Or is this not building or something? No, it's building. Okay, let's try that. So I go over to here. This should just spam the console with a whole bunch of trues. Oh, error running. Figured out implementation is not. Oh, come on. What a silly mistake. I thought they just weren't moving, but that wasn't even the problem. The problem was that there was an undefined function that I was trying to call. So what, this should fix it? Did that fix it? Is defense version false? Okay. So if I put bots down there and I put bots down there, yeah, now it's working. Okay, good. So they're gonna come attack me. These bots won't move though. Yeah, which is pretty bad, but you can tell them to move if you want. Okay, that's done. So we have a figured out defense version now. Undefined is not a function. Oh, thanks, Monadic Find. So make different attack scenarios. I don't know how important this is because I think what you could do is you could load in, you could just make your own attack scenario, right? Could you? Kind of. I don't know. I could just make these. I could just make these on a fake account and have people load them in as though they're a defense. So add in metrics so that I can see online who's online. That's not as important as this one, which is consider adding buttons for everything. Really, it's not that hard, I think, to know what these buttons are and what they do. Because they're listed on the how to play. Like this says to start a match, press V. To end it, press C, and to save it, press X. That's it. Those are the only keys you need to know. So I'll just put them at the top of that list. How to play .m down. So I'll do this. Quick reference. X is save defense. V is test defense. C is end test early. So that's really all you need to know. And I guess I can make these bold. So if we just go to, well, if we just open up that. Yeah, quick reference. X is save defense, V is test defense, and C is end test early. Okay, good. So I don't think it's important to do that. What I think is probably important is list players with defenses and attack this player. Make it easier to list players with defenses. And then there's a lot of bug fixing. Maybe add them at the top. The only thing really bothering me is finding out who got defenses. Yeah, I'm gonna do this part since there's no way for you guys to do this. The only way is for you to say in chat, "Hey, I've got a defense and my in-game name is blank." So this will make it so that you guys can find out. We have get defense. So let's make a get. This should have been defenses, I think, but it's too late for that now. It's not really too late for that right now, but I'm going to say that it's too late for that. So get all defenses. This has nothing blocking this, so let's just put this here. So how shall we do this? Get all defenses. Return a list of users probably, and say rest.send. Hey, Kong Simon. This is get all defenses. Okay, so now the database wrapper needs this function too. So the query that we need to do here is select name where serialized defense, and then this should be is not. I don't know if we can say that there. No, we probably don't have to, right? You could probably just say not equals and Connects will figure it out. I don't know about this. Anyway, at that point, what we need to do is underscore dot, I believe filter can work this way. Let's go find out. What is Lodash? Lodash is a utility library. Does terrain play a big role in the matches? There's no terrain right now, and I don't want it to play a big role in the matches, I think. Or not terrain in the sense of Advance Wars. So in a game like Advance Wars, so I'll link this to you, Kong Simon. In a game like Advance Wars, you have terrain like forest and mountain and grass, and since you're playing the game manually, I think it makes sense that like, yeah, okay, you should figure out what the best path is exactly. But this would be really, really annoying for you to write automation for, of like, yeah, I want my bot to go in the best path that's the lowest cost, unless it happens to go over a city, and like it'd be obnoxious. So I think what I'll probably end up doing is picture that these mountains are all walls. So there's no like, how do I get there the fastest? It's just, can I get there? And picture that the forests are pits. So pits can be fired over, walls can't be fired over, and both block movement. So something like that, yeah, I could see myself adding that. But I don't think different terrain, like there's slopes and there's whatever else. Yeah, Advance Wars was really fun. And don't get me wrong, like terrain works in Advance Wars. And there's already A star. It's just, the problem is it's not exactly A star that you want. It's I want to go on the fastest path that'll get me to a particular destination, and maybe I want to prioritize another path that's slightly longer because that destination is more interesting. And that's where it's like, well, you'd want manual control at that point. Also, Kazoos, I checked out your HS card site, and then I found you on Reddit, and then I upvoted your Reddit post. So hopefully you get some traction. That was like a day ago that you'd posted it, I guess. Also, I don't know, I gotta send this to Kukuruku and Galloping Cow. I'll paste this in the chat right now. This was something we were talking about yesterday. Someone was like, oh, I should automate Tinder. And I said, someone made a funny post about automating the dating experience. I think there's a tiny NSFW part of... Oh, it got removed? How did I upvote it then? Oh. I'm sorry. So LD equals require Lodash. So if we have an array of objects, A equals an array of objects where we have like name, Adam, name, kazoos, and we say underscore or low dash dot filter a name. Can we just do that? Yeah. No. How do you, is it map? It's map. I think it's map. Yeah, it's map. Okay, so underscore dot map, db resp, comma, name. I think that's it. I think that's all we have to do. Okay, let's go restart then. The people on the Discord liked it, so that's all that matters. On the Discord, what, Botland Discord? What Discord are you talking about? Hearthstone? Oh, Hearthstone. Yeah. I forgot they got a Discord now. That's good though, Kazoos. I like it as an idea for coming up with cards. Cannot read property bind of undefined. Okay. That would very likely be coming from here, which would mean that there's an error. I don't see an error. Oh, I'm in the wrong code. Here it is. Database wrapper. This apparently should have worked. Alright, fine. Where is this coming from then? No, just unhandled rejection. I don't like rejection. Properties cool equals null reference. Yeah, slot. Why is this happening? Cannot read property bind of undefined. It must be something that I just did. So let's just take a look at this file, I guess. So get slash defense is get all defenses dot bind this. Does that function not exist? It does, right? Right here, yeah. Okay, what else did we change? Oh, I got rid of get defense? Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, man. Fine. It's a big mistake. Okay, let's go undo that. So we want to use the entire left block here. There, now we can just paste this above it. There we go. I don't have to worry about like relationship rejection, but I do have to worry about promises getting rejected. Alright, nice. Nice. So now what do? We go over to here and we say, where's get defense? Get defense, where are you? There's set defense. Where's get defense? Did I even add it? I probably just never added it. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay, well, let's do a get all defenses then. So duplicate this, move this up here. We'll say edit, get all defenses. So we just go to slash defense, and that's it. We don't even need a token here. So we can just X this out and save it. Users, nothing. Oh, great. That sucks. So we can't say not equal to here. Can we say is not? No idea what you're supposed to write here. Hey, that worked. Only took 2 tries. Alright, nice. So ideally, I think what we'd do is we'd have the client show you these as buttons. So, do you really type is not? Yeah, you have to for this. Oh, I've always used not null. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can probably do that too, I guess. I don't know if this works. Captain Sparkles. By the way, how's it going, Sparkles? Alright, so let's go to the account server REST client. For here, we have get defense. No, what? Fetch defense. Okay, I guess we'll call this fetch all defenses then. Save defense. This is get defense. Okay, so instead of get, we're going to say get all defenses. Yes. And this is just going to be here. Cool, so we get resp.body.users. Done. It's going good. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh yeah, by the way, I want to link this in throughout the day. How many hours did you already have invested in your game? You mean up until this point? You can pretty much find out by looking at Twinge. If you go to Twinge and you click broadcast, no, not broadcast, games, and then you click last 357 days, 890 hours there and 553 hours there. So almost 1,500 hours. And I've put, how much does that equal there? That's like 98 or 99%. So yeah, like the large majority of my streaming is making a game, and then some of it is 1 day of Minecraft and 1 day of Mario, a few days of Pokemon, 10 minutes of Rogue Legacy, and soon some more Terraria. Thanks, Botsy. Okay, so fetch all defenses is good. I do think it'd be a good idea to have these buttons there, but for now, let's just... No, maybe I should just add them. How would I even add them? Maybe like you press a key and it pops up a menu of which defenses you can attack. I don't really want to do that. Rogue Legacy is the best game ever. I really like Rogue Legacy. I think I've played it through from start to finish 2 or 3 times. And finish, it's an infinite game, so you can't really play it to finish. But you know what I mean, like 1 or 2 times of completing the game. So no new game plus 403 or something like that. Okay, so yeah, when you type list into chat, it's gonna list out all the users. Let's just do that. Or when you press a button, you shouldn't even have to type list. Yeah, I'll just make it when you press a button. I think that's the easiest way, at least. Keycode dot. Add a select box in the chat at the top of the text input. Select one, auto insert into the chat. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. I think I'm going to do things not the best way. I'm just going to make it so when you press L, it does this. This dot account server dot fetch all defenses dot then users. And we'll type these into chat somehow. I don't know how you do that. There's a chat message thing here. Oh, add chat message. There it is. Huh, easy peasy. So we just put this here. So add chat message. Let's just put all the users' names joined together. Users.join, comma, space. And then message color. OX. What would show up well on here? I guess white shows up pretty well. No. What is going on? All I wanted to do is click this and see what color I can change this to. Quit breaking into the code. Oh, fine. I'll just do it this way. I know, Adeo, you tried. You did what you could. Yeah, there's gonna be no testing this, huh? I'd have to like type into here. So can I add a child here? Add attribute, edit as HTML. I guess I gotta do it this way. So we just say something like p test. Where did that go? Presumably somewhere that was totally the wrong spell. Oh, there it is. Gotcha. All right, so color white. And now let's find a color that isn't white that looks good and stands out. That one. Chartreuse. Obviously. Guys, come on. All right, what does chartreuse translate to in... Why is this not highlighting chartreuse that way? There we go. Yeah. So what is this in these values? 127, 255. 127, 255. That's good enough, at least. Okay, we got it. It's bright green. Okay, so let's try this out now. When you press the L key, Oh, that's not chartreuse. Oh, all my hopes and dreams have been crushed. Add chat message. Message color. Botsy, thanks for following. Hey, Crazy Miner. What is message color supposed to be? I guess we have to look at where these are printed out. Message color equals, so chat message color here. Oh, this has to be, oh, we could have just literally written chartreuse. So this is a CSS color tag, e.g. white, probably FF00, etc. And Chip, thank you too for following. Okay, so let's go get our chartreuse colors. Where is this? Here it is. So we'll just say chartreuse. Great, okay. I will stop hetting now, and then let's see if that worked. Nice. So you can type any of these. Are these people actually following right now? Victor, thank you too if this is the case. Yeah, okay. I didn't know if this was Twitch alerts screwing up, because it happened the other day where a whole bunch of people, every single person I think who'd already followed the channel was showing up again. So I had to just disable it for an entire day. Okay, yeah, so now you can type these things in. I guess I could make them clickable elements. No, I can't. Because, well, I could. It just wouldn't be easy. Well, that works. I think the only other thing that should happen is that when you press L, it should also open up chat. So store.dispatch show chat. Well, that was too good to be true. What's it really called? Set chat visible. And what's the action called? Set chat visible. And we don't even have that. Okay, fine. So let's put this here. And then let's go to show chat. Set chat visible true. So there. Now when you press L, even if you don't have chat open, it's going to show chat. So let's try that out. So I just press L. Yeah. And it tells me all the different names that we can use here. Hey, Skill Bubble. Do you have the source for your now macro anywhere? Yeah, I do. I can give it to you. So let's do this. Key bindings user. So this is step 1. Add to your key bindings in Sublime. And then where is the, ooh, that actually worked pretty well. User insert timestamp. And then, yeah, make this file and put it in your packages. There we go. Alright, see you Monadic Bind. Hopefully we can play Terraria together next week. And thanks. Okay, well, this looks like it's working pretty well. There's one other thing I want to do, and that's when you click the chat button, that it should give chat the focus. It doesn't do that. What's it called? Chat input? There's a way to make an input, HTML input autofocus. I don't know what the name of the tag is. Oh, it's called autofocus. Oh. Well. React.js autofocus. Sometimes they have special, yeah, they capitalize the F in autofocus. So I just put autofocus here. Let's try it out. So you click this. Yeah. Nice. So yeah, now all you have to do is you have to just join the game and be like, okay, press L. Who do I want to play against? Adam5. All right, looks good. And then you can't close the chat without clicking this X. So that part's not very user-friendly, but the rest of it's fine. So yeah, you can type in any of these names and see what defense you want, and then be like, okay, yeah, let's try beating this one. So let's see what we got here. Yeah, Zapper, Teleport, Melee. All right, I'm going to go with Artillery Bots to beat these. Are these Artillery Bots? No. Where are my Artillery Bots? Actually, lasers are pretty fine. Okay, let's put those down. So let's put 5 of those down, and let's test this out. Oh, they have figured out defense, so they're never going to move. So that was easy. Okay, I think this is pretty good. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, let's put this online, I think, and you guys can test it out. Make it easier to list players. Oh, right. No, never mind. Hang on. I got to do this first. Add in metrics so I can see who's online. Okay, how would I even do this? I guess we'd keep track of who logged in the last... No, that wouldn't help. How do we do this? How do we keep track of who's online? We don't have a persistent message sent to / from the server. Hey, Tricky Train. Who's changing my lights? Ah, Botsy and Chip. Okay. So we don't have a persistent message sent to and from the server. So I guess there's a couple of solutions. Solution number one could be add a persistent, well, add a message, add a keep alive message sent to the server every once in a while. Solution number two is on any message that's sent, refresh a person's online status. Solution number three is just track logins. We don't need to do this in the best possible way right now. Eventually it'd be nice to have. Can't you do that with Redux? One action on play button and one when the game is over and you're closing the arena. Yeah, I could do that. But it doesn't let you know that a person's online at the time. Because let's say you're just tooling around with your bots. And let's say, I don't know, in the real world, you might be doing that for, let's say, half an hour. So I click connect, and I'm technically online. But if I pull out the Ethernet cord on my computer, which I actually don't even have one right now. If I pull out the Wi-Fi dongle on my computer, nothing would tell the account server that I'm offline. So it's inactivity that would tell it I'm offline. But if I were to all of a sudden come back and hit edit blueprint, well, nothing's told to the account server, but I might be here. Anyway, I don't think any of this matters. I think as long as we know close enough to who's online and what's on second. This isn't even super important. I just want to get an idea for who's playing, but I guess I can just see who's made defenses. Maybe whoever's listed players. I can't really do that, can I? Because we need a token for that then. Yeah, I just won't do this right now. I think we'll just upload the game. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So let's go check everything in. Or do we have to do that? Okay, so get all defenses is now a thing. Need to just use a MySQL query to get who logged in since the last upload? Yeah, I could do these things. I already can kind of see who logged in if I just SSH into the server. Oh yeah, I gotta up this to 27. Fetch all defenses. Set chat visible. Autofocus. Yeah, there's like some minor changes here. I don't even know if it's worth writing all these things out. These things don't matter. Code execution system, added that, yeah. Okay, so added figure it out defense, which is just figure it out without movement code. What else did I do here? Pressing L will open the chat, focus the chat input, and list all players who have made defenses. Did I do anything else here? I don't remember. I guess I could just look through this. No, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, well, looks good. Okay, now let's take a look at any of these that are bad here. None of them look that bad. Alright, so let's go start up my Linux box. And let's kick off a deploy. Pretty good. So I don't need to do anything to the database now. I think this should be fine. I did this stuff. So yeah, I just need to log into my Linux box. Debian1. Cool, screen, clear IPs, AWS. Alright. So let's write this down. Kill AWS instances. Can't forget to do that. I want to ask, but I always forgot, what's the point of local Debian VM in botland? This is just to run Ansible. It's very difficult to run from Windows. Well, it's difficult to get set up in Windows. Okay, so yeah, now we're just waiting for stuff to happen. So we can type prod host here. No, what's going on? Prod host. Quit Ansible. Alright, so where are our commands? Here they are. I can't really do anything with the commands yet until the deploy is finished. So we gotta wait for this. There we go. It's done. So now I can do this. So QOL changes. Hey Ramy. How you doing? Alright, nice. Now, if AWS made my VMs available already, we can SSH into them. I don't want to do this too soon. We're going to wait like an extra 10 seconds or so and then do it. Because every once in a while I do it too soon and then everything just breaks. And that is not a fun time. Okay, so now let's do this. Hopefully it works. If it asks me yes or no, then we're fine. We are not fine. Oh well. I guess I'll just keep trying it at this point. Oh, it worked. So that means all of these should work because they all take about the same time to start up, and now we're done. Okay, and now we wait. Oh no, we don't just wait. Hang on a second. I'm doing well. We'll get to test this out. List people who have defenses. Who created defenses, I guess. Okay, let's upload this document. And this is it. So this is what I want to do for the next like hour or two. If this is successful, then great. We're doing pretty well. I'll probably just design the rest of the day. If it's not successful, then I'll just go cry in a corner. But hey, at least I'll stream it, right? You guys will just watch a grown man cry. Alright. Got a new haircut. Not this again, Ramy. Didn't you forget like yesterday to actually deploy? Yeah, I did. But not this time. So, is how to play up to date now? Yes. So there's the quick reference. Are you going to stream the crying? Yeah, Galloping Cow. By the way, Galloping Cow, I have this to show you. This is what we were talking about yesterday. I have this, send it to Kukuraku and Galloping Cow because you guys were at least in this conversation. Okay, so is this online yet? It might be. It doesn't matter if it's not. It'll come online soon enough. Yeah, account server's offline. Okay, we'll just wait a little bit longer. Oh, yeah, we could just watch this. I guess we don't need to question anything. Because we can see it right here. So it should take about another minute, maybe, and then the game should just be playable. So what's actually really interesting is that I cut game servers out of the loop entirely. Now the client is acting as the game server. Oh, alright, see you, Ramy. So I've got to create some attacks and some defenses, and that way people will have things to play against. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So, goal of today, So please type how to play to find out how to play and where. So goal of today, find out if people are having fun. That's pretty much it. Do you enjoy creating defenses? And do you enjoy trying to beat other people's defenses? And so my observations, I'll write these down here. And well, my tasks right now are like create some defenses and offenses for people to play against. The offenses are just for people to use to test their defenses. Alright, it's online now. We should be able to play. Let's take a look and make sure that everything's working. So when I press L, yeah, it says Adam and Hideo. So if you type one of these names in chat, you can see the setups that they have here. This is actually really fast too. That's pretty good. It's actually really good. Also, I'm dropping some frames. The stream might be a little bit laggy. Yeah, so that's what today's going to be about. I'm going to go make a real defense because I don't know what this defense is over here. What is this? Artillery and missiles, and that's it. Yeah. What does that say? It was supposed to say bug, but when he wrote it forward, and he couldn't delete the hook on the G or something like that, or couldn't add it back in. But yeah, boo. Because if you're going to do this, you've got to make it backwards. So if I want to write my name, I've got to do this. I'm not going to have space for this. I am going to have space for this. There. So I write that out, and now when I refresh the page and I connect, hooray! It was moving it to the tile next to it. Oh, I see. Yeah, and I know why that was. You've pretty much got to do this all of like very exactly. When you're testing a defense, you can't be clicking. I don't know. Okay, so what happened to the... Oh yeah, I know what happened. So I can put these bots down now. Oops. I just saved like the worst defense. Alright, we're going to fix this. So I'm going to actually make a real defense here. I'm going to make a defense that tries to do its task of defending. So what do I want my defense to be? Okay, so Adam defense. I'll have melee scouts that teleport to the target and rubber band back to the CPU. I'll have artillery plus missiles as backup. And I'll have lasers plus shield as support. Or maybe repair plus shield as a support. Shouldn't figure it out defense not move? Yeah, it doesn't. But you got to use that particular figure it out. Why is it moving for you? Okay, so let's go code all of these things. So first, like this is my goal over here. Melee scouts that teleport to the target. I think I already wrote this on one of these, right? Didn't I? Defender? What does this do? Oh, that's not right. They're moving? You're using figure it out defense? Are you sure you updated it? Because you can't update your script during the game. Or maybe you can, but either way, you should try updating it outside of the game and making sure everything looks exactly what you expect it to be. What does Repairatron do? Yeah, whatever. I'll just make new ones. What do I care? Yeah, I'll just make new ones. Although one of these accounts had it already. I don't want to write everything all over again. Was it Adam2 who had this? There was a scout bot that I made. Where did I put these? Why can I never find this? Scout, here it is. Okay, so I'm going to take all this code and we're going to just put it onto this. So I need to be very careful with my scripts here. So we have shield hero, Mr. Zaps, kill CPU. So let's make a scout. Okay, so rubber band equals false. If get distance to 17.5 is less than 6. How about we have them rubber band wherever they started? So start x equals x, start y equals y. So instead of 17 here, I'll copy this in Sublime. It's easier to type there than it is in Code Mirror. So 17 will be start x, and this will be start y. In fact, do I already have these somehow? No. How do I get out now? You have to refresh the page. Okay, so rubber band distance is 10. All right, there we go. Let's try that. So create this. So this bot cloaks and has melee and does not cloak until here, I guess. Only moves left at that point. I don't know what this is. Let's just try this out. Fine, there. So there's that bot. That's part of my defense that I wanted. So I wanted melee scouts. I don't have teleport, but that's fine. Then artillery and missiles is back up. So let's go find my artillery and missiles bot. So where's the melee scout one? We'll just call this scout. Okay, so then artillery and missiles, that's this or this. So I guess let's use this. This has a defender script. Yeah, looks pretty good. They move slightly. Okay, so I've got the first bot and the last bot. So this is first bot, this is last bot, and then we want a repair and shield bot. So the script got edited, but I had to open it outside of the game, not modify anything, and restart it for it to work. Huh. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, and Hideo, these are things that will eventually be worked out. So let's get a shield and repair bot. This game is confusing. So Epic Java Guy, I think all of this is because it's very much like prototype level work right now. It will hopefully eventually not be so confusing. And a lot of that is just like teaching people how to play in the game and making sure that the UI does what it's supposed to do. And a lot of that's not happening right now. So trust me, I'm very well aware of this stuff and I want to make it better. But yeah, if you want to try it out, definitely feel free to join in. All right, so I want to make a shield and repair bot. So let's get repair. This is not going to have any sort of weaponry on it at all. In fact, I don't know if I've ever made a bot like this. And let's also give it thrusters so that it can move faster to the bots it is trying to repair. So we'll call this medic. And its script, actually let's just create it for right now. And then I can go edit its script. Okay, so we'll give it a medic script. And this script is going to first try to shield an ally. Then it's going to try to repair an ally. And we don't need this here twice. It's going to try to shield an ally, then it's going to try to repair an ally. And then it's going to just move to an ally. Oh, whoops, allies, that's wrong. Oh, darn it. Let's just get rid of that. Let's just call it closest ally, even though it's not. Oh, no, we don't have to do that. We can just rename the variable. My closest bot. Done. Okay, so find my closest bot. If it exists and I can shield it, cool. So let's put all of this inside of an if it exists. That'll make the code a little bit easier to understand at least. So we'll just duplicate this, put it up here, and then put all of this inside here, and then get rid of this and this. Get rid of this. So that is much neater code. And then we're gonna have we'll have like a 50% chance to just move randomly after the very top of this code. That way we'll hopefully pursue other allies. I don't know if you found this glitch. Let's take a look. Yeah, this is, oh man, this is an annoying bug with a third-party library that I'm using. The only way to fix this is to refresh the page. But if you're very careful with how you're dragging things, it won't work. What's the most confusing game any of you have enjoyed playing? Confusing game? Man, it's hard to think of one of those off the top of my head. I remember finding Ultima 3 very confusing. I don't know if I enjoyed playing that though. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's hard to answer. Okay, so I've got my bots all set up. Let's try... So now this is second to last. And now this is the last one. Alright, now let's go set up my defense. So first of all, some new people have joined in and they've made some defenses. So I want to check those out in a bit. But first I want to make my defenses. So I want my melee bots to be in front. So let's put a wall of those. And then I want my artillery bots to be sort of in the back here. And then I want my repair bots and shield bots to be kind of like here and here. Okay, so I'm going to save this defense. Let's test it out and just see what happens here. So what in the world are these doing? Why are they moving left? Oh man, this bot just died immediately. Oh, that bot died immediately too. Okay, this is a bad defense. Yeah, this was bad. I gotta fix the script on these melee bots because they're stupid. What is this 80% chance to move left? Why would I do that? I don't think I want any of this here. Oh, because it's a defense. Oh, and this is not testing it correctly. Oh, God. Alright, this is possibly fine. This is not a real test. Okay, so that's super annoying. So testing the defense is obnoxious when everything is mirrored. So here's what we could do to get this to accurately test it. And this is pretty stupid. But we could say enemy direction equals left. If x is less than arena width divided by 2, then enemy dirt equals left. So we got to say this one's right. Okay, so there's enemy direction. Now we can just put enemy direction here instead. So that's the fix for this. It's kind of a stupid fix, but let's try testing that now. So now they should move to the right. Now they're still moving to the left. Yeah, this is what Hideo was reporting as a bug. Like, the script apparently got updated. Alright, let's just refresh the page and try again. Oh, I can't load in my defense. Oh, that's annoying. That's actually very annoying. Well, there's the defense I created. Let's at least try to beat it, I suppose. So let's make artillery and missiles bots just here. There. Let's see how this performs against that. Those repair bots are not very good. So they're finding... Oh, take a look. They're actually working how they're supposed to, though. So they find an ally. Okay, that's bad. Why aren't the lights working? Are you using a... Someone's attempting to use a token that doesn't exist. Oh, yeah, the tokens expire every day. Here you go, Endorn. Here's 15 points toward buying your own lights. Yeah, I gotta fix up my bots that I have that are repairing. These are, like, really stupid. Really, really stupid. And it's only because of this percent chance at the top. Let's just make it a 5% chance to move. Let update. Yeah, I don't want to give him all 25. He's got to spend some of his points. Okay, let's try this out. It's the melee bots that are bad. I want them to... Maybe I only want them to move out when they're shielded. So my bots will have some knowledge of what the other bots are and what they do. Okay, and then let's get some artillery bots in here. There. It's the perfect defense. Let's try it out. Wait, what are they shielding themselves for? No, they weren't. That's actually correct. Alright, so the melee bots are pointless. They die almost immediately. And then what is going on here? These bots don't know how to repair themselves. So let's go make them know how to repair themselves. Yeah, and then this bot's just standing there doing nothing. Ha 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 ha. Okay, well that was a bad defense. And I have more bots in them too. Alright, let's try again. So where's my medic bot? Medic, here you are. So what I want to do is repair myself if I'm at really low life. So repair self, but only if my life is too low. So if life is less than 600, you know what we can do here? I'm going to make this even more difficult. So let's set a variable, set starting life to life. So if this is less than, so now this needs to be a math, this. So if life is less than the starting life divided by 2. So like if you're less than half life and you can repair yourself, then repair yourself. Okay, so let's update that. Okay, now let's go set up a defense. I still think these cloaking bots are terrible. I don't know how to make them much better though, so let's just put a couple of them down. And then let's put down lots of artillery bots and only a few medics. There. This is it. This is the best defense, guys. Okay, here goes. So we got shielded bots on the front line. Alright, nice. That guy's gonna repair himself, right? Okay, he was presumably trying to repair himself. Oh, it's still failing. Chat is quiet today, yeah. Okay, how many bots do I have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. And they have 11 also. I think it's these melee bots that are the weak links here. What if we just replace them with artillery bots? I think this is just a balance issue. So my observations, I think balance is broken. I can't get melee scouts to work. Support bots with repair plus shield isn't super effective. And this is actually one of the things I was thinking a lot about is that... Oh, you got it again? Yeah, I think I know why this is happening. So yeah, maybe after like 9 minutes you have to refresh the page. It sounds like, okay, so there's still some like, I guess, quality of life issues. Let's try playing against some of these other defenses that people have. Early's 2. So what does he have going on here? Artillery and lasers, melee and landmines and teleport. Man, Early set up like a real defense here. Okay. So let's set up some attack bots to try to beat him. Alright, let's do something like this. There. Interesting. Yeah, Oddwell. And my hands say hi too. Okay, so that's Early's defense. Let's try Zeshinosa's. Oh, that's a whole lot. What are these? Oh, they're just lasers 3 bots. Okay, we're gonna need some extra artillery here. There. You just have to wait until it comes back. Wait, refreshing has to do something though because there's no server involved. Everything is client side. Also, wow, he destroyed me. How did that... What just took place? Oh, apparently a lot of laser spots are really good. It's because my artillery is being stupid. I need to I need to put down reflect bots if I'm gonna beat him. Yeah, here we go. Alright, we'll just put down a few of these and all of a sudden I'll win. There. Yeah. Take that, Zeshinosa. Yeah. Reflect. Why are those bots not moving? Oh, they're repairing themselves. Look at that. Their life is slowly healing. 5 refreshes without cash got rid of it. Huh. Back to the defense. Yeah, sorry about this. So anyone new to the stream, we're testing this out right now. I only have one goal, and it's to find out, are you having fun trying this? So like I think it's interesting to try to beat defenses, but I do think the strategy is a little bit, the strategy isn't all there yet. I don't really need to find out exactly what an enemy is doing. I can just test things and eventually find something that works. So this is the issue we ran into with the original botland design from a month ago. And I think there are some things we can do to try to address this. So does anyone else have any defenses? No, it's just these people still. What's Hideo working on? Okay, let's try my attack against Hideo's defense, which was not set up to be able to beat this. Yeah, artillery targeting. I find myself wanting more APIs, e.g. getting a random target for artillery so that my bots aren't idiots. Because I can't just put move right or move left. I have to say move toward my side. Saving every step to avoid losing it. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no restoring your defense. That's another thing that I think is a problem. So, issues with creating a defense. That's one issue. The other issue is there's no way to pick up where you left off. If I want to refresh the page and edit my defense, I can't do that. How about you get 5 tries at breaking the defense and you get points based on how many rounds you win? If you win a round and you get the max score for the rest. Plus maybe time you defeated them. Yeah, so Ocelot, I think it's got to be something along those lines. I'm just not sure what exactly, because sometimes you end up beating an enemy and you use like half of the bots that they used. So when that happens, it usually means that there's a problem with, like, okay, take a look at this. So Zeshinosa put bots down that just have lasers. Like, all of them just have lasers. So the very obvious counter to this is to just have reflect bots. So he put down, what, 9, 18, 27, and 36. So 34 bots. There are 34 bots, and I put down a total of 18. So I put down half of the amount that he put down, and I ended up winning because I have a direct counter to his bots. So in that case, it's like this would be the maximum number of points you could ever get in the game. It's like, whoa, you crushed that army, and you had so many bots are still alive. Happy little keystrokes. In fact, I could probably get rid of half of these bots and still end up winning because I have the direct counter. Yeah. Well, this was much closer this time. Also, my bots might not actually make it over there in time. If they don't, then the enemies will respawn. So yeah, I need to figure some of this stuff out. I think Part of the problem is that we need to figure out how we want players to make decisions. It's more fun to test and then figure out where the weak points were. But that cuts down on strategy, as it's essentially brute force testing the game. I'm not sure. Maybe a limit on the amount of bots you're allowed to use to promote different strategies. Yeah, well, so part of me thinks another way to address this is just beef up the defense bots by like 2x or something like that. Where defense bots just have more life. So these have 2,000 right now. What if they had 3,000? And now any attack that you do has to keep in mind that the defense is overpowered. And like I said the other day, this is in most real-time strategy games that you play, the AI cheats. It just outright cheats. It knows things that it shouldn't. It gets money that it shouldn't have. It can progress down the tech tree without needing certain buildings sometimes. With that in mind, it's not such a big deal then if the defender has some advantages you don't, because they can't change their strategy on the fly. Hey, Digite. An amazing yet dizzying logical analysis. You know, the only time I ever hear the word dizzying is in reference to Princess Bride. So kudos to you for not using it in reference to that. Without these, I don't know how I would stop slow artillery pushes. Support bots with repair and shield isn't super effective. And like part of this is, I'm okay with melee not being defensive hardware, but there needs to be a counter to all potential attacker strategies. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what to do. So let's log into the account server and see what's going on here. Like, who's playing, who's doing what. So who is playing? User ID equals 253. So yeah, there's some people who are playing. And if you guys don't mind, like, I'd like it if you guys could help me test this stuff out. So yeah, I see people logging in. The how to play goes over how to do everything, and it's only about a page long. I know this should all just be in the game eventually, but it's not there yet. And so granted, even things like, okay, the defense that I came up with, it's not great. And you'd look at this and you'd be like, whoa, what do I do here? But, so I'm okay with melee not being defensive hardware. I wonder if it even helps to show what defender bots have. Defense can get some boosted attributes as they only have one chance to save strategy. Although the fact that some bots counter others could be addressed in balance, making it a soft counter versus a hard counter. Yeah. And I think hard counters are probably going to exist almost no matter what. Unless I just remove them from the game. Like reflect, for example, I can't really make it a soft counter. I guess I could tweak the percentage chance to reflect, and then there's like a 30% chance to reflect, so it's maybe things like that. Like, I think, also, like, what I'm thinking is that as a defender, well, how about this? As an attacker, if you see a defense full of reflectable bots, you'll use reflect. So what a defender would say, the defender would see that they're losing to this strategy, and then say, I guess I should vary my defense. Now the attacker would see a varied defense and may only have some reflect bots. So this is how I expect things to go, and this is why I think hard counters are okay. Because you as a defense wouldn't, if this was like a rock, paper, scissors game, you'd never just put down rock. Because then, yeah, of course, the attacker's just going to pick paper, and they'll win every single time. So you'd have to put down a whole bunch of like rock and paper and scissors. And then I think what happens at that point is then strategy needs to be varied enough where there can be things you've just never seen before. Please don't allow chain backstabs. Is this a WoW reference? Possibly having exclusive features for defenders and attackers would work too. Yeah, hey Zilly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be exclusive features. It could just be different balancing for defenders and attackers. That people haven't seen before. That way it's the strategy that's differentiating attackers or defenders from one another, not the hardware. So I think there are a lot of ways to go about this. I don't know what's best, and this is why I need to hire a game designer. Like, one of them is, what if you just couldn't tell what these bots had on them? So you're starting the match, and your first attempt is just blind. At that point, what that does for the game is every single time you attack, you're starting with what you think your best offense is. And it might work and it might not. And that promotes other things too. So, yeah, I think I need to write this down in that document that I have over here. Attacker decision tree. You wouldn't know what the defenders do with their scripts. Huh. Does shield last forever? No, it doesn't. Shield lasts for, like, here are all the stats for shield. So duration is, oh, actually, I upped the duration a lot, apparently. I forgot I did that. Whoa, wait. Oh, man. I put, like, a super overpowered shield in. I didn't mean to leave this in the code. This was supposed to be 500, but I set it to 1100. So shield is actually very powerful right now. And cooldown is 3. Yeah, well, that was a mistake. Okay, whatever. So wait a second. If I make a defense that has like tons of shield bots, let's go make something here. And Bumper, thanks for following. All right, so let's make a defense with just shield bots and melee and see how well they do. I'm doing well, Bumper. How about you? Okay, so let's get rid of this. Let's put shield on here. Reminds me of a card game called Yu-Gi-Oh! You have a set deck you enter with, and you have a side deck you can switch in certain counters after you played game 1. Sometimes you get lucky and win the first game, even though you weren't necessarily supposed to. So yeah, that side deck concept of sideboarding in card games, that's useful for you've entered the match with something that you can't change during it. But Botland doesn't totally work that way. Like, you enter with your entire side deck at the time. Because if you think about it, you're going in with any number of bots that you have. Okay, so let's do this. Let's put in armor. And then we'll make another script for this. Actually, figure it out is fine. Let's just do this. Okay, let's test this out. So these should be super powerful then. Because I accidentally... You know what? Okay, if I all right, so that worked. But whatever, I'm gonna change their script again. I think you mean Magic the Gathering. All right, check this out. At the top of this script, we're gonna put shield self, and we're gonna be invincible now because I made shield too powerful. So let's try that. Let's just put a bunch of bots over here. There. So they shield themselves. Then they're gonna shield themselves again. No, what? What's going on? Maybe I didn't upload this. What is happening here? Oh, I know what's going on. Cooldown of 3. Okay, so the way I coded this was that the cooldown is actually the cooldown plus the duration. Okay, I know. I should have set this to -9. -9 cooldown. This is so stupid. Oh, man. All right, so now if we test this out, so let's just log on the Atom account, I guess. So if I make a bot, let's edit this one. We'll give this shield and we'll give it missiles. Sure, sounds fine. So test API, I don't care about that. What I care about is this: shield yourself and then figure it out. Cool. Let's update this and let's join the game and put down a couple of these bots. Now these should be really powerful because every time their shield runs out, yeah, so now they can just pretty much infinitely shield themselves. Okay, well, so the game kind of had balance because I didn't code that how I meant to originally. So this is interesting, I think, of like, hey, the defenders have a really, really powerful set of defensive hardware. Maybe their offensive hardware is the same general power level. You know, I can make this even crazier if I just put these farther away. So there. Now by the time they make it over there, they'll have a lot of shields. Yeah. They've got... Well, this one's... Oh, never mind. Alright. It died. New defense is up. It's the worst I've ever seen on botland US servers. Alright. Let's try this out. Nice. Yeah, so that was still a mistake. I'll have to write that down. So balance. Yeah, balance. I accidentally left it in the code that shield lasts for a long time, but the cooldown takes duration into account. Alright. Try this out. Don't forget to change it for the other levels, whatever they are. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want the balance to be exactly. Do you ever come across any isomorphic algorithms? What are isomorphic algorithms? Yeah, what are isomorphic algorithms? Finding a game desire one site you can try this. Thanks, Venrix. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Venrix proposed using this site. Okay, so have other people made defenses? Let's take a look. Yeah, there's a couple of new ones. So there's a Hideo 2. Interesting. So if I make better melee bots, they should be able to beat this. Actually, no, this should be fine. Let's put down the melee bots over here though. He should be weak to melee. There, let's try that out.
Oh, he's got shield as well.
So you know the best strategy would probably be here? Is if I teleport into these squares with Zapper on. I'm kind of tempted to do that. Yeah, I think... Okay, so there were some things I wanted to write about this. If attackers can't see what defenders are doing for the first round, then it encourages them to use their most powerful strategy. And if that outright wins, then it would be boring. And I think there's something else. If defenders have an advantage over attackers in their choice of hardware or strategies or numbers of bots, then attackers only have a choice of countering the enemy. Okay, I want to test this out. This is gonna be a little bit tough to do. Let's take my teleport melee zapper bot. Yeah, this third from the end. What kind of strategies does your imagination come up with? If I teleport between this bot, that's not planned. Alright, so we got Zapper and Teleport. And let's also put Cloaking on. So if I make a strategy to counter this particular thing that he's got. So let's just disable all of this code. Or let's duplicate it, and that way we can disable this block. Yeah. Alright, so let's see. So we don't care about the closest enemy CPU or spawner. That stuff can be gotten rid of. So if exists closest enemy, or, and does this turn it into or true if we do this? Or false? Yeah, that's fine. So if the closest enemy exists, then zap. I wanna do something very specific here. Let's load up the Hideo 2 defense again. So let's take a look. Hideo, don't change your Hideo 2 defense. I wanna try beating it. So let's see, this is 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, and 0, 2, 4. So this is 13, 4. So in order to teleport to it, I need to be, what, 5 tiles away? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 8, 4, is where I can finally teleport to it. So I want to move to 7, 4, cloak, move to 8, 4, zap, and teleport. That's not going to work. How long does cloaking even last for? Duration is 5 turns. So I only have level 2 though, so that's 4 turns. So does that give me enough time? I use 1 turn cloaking here, then I move, that's 2 turns. Then I zap, that's 3 turns, then I teleport. I don't think I should have cloaking. Also, this is making me think that maybe attackers should have a different way of expressing their AI to make something like this easier. Because what I'm doing here is just very challenging. Okay, let's change it to reflect. Yeah, let's do that. This is still not going to work, but let's try this out. So I'm going to make a bot that goes to, let's just code this in JavaScript. So I'm going to go to 7, 4, and I'm going to zap. In live match in sandbox mode to test and debug. Not sure indirect is the way to go. So okay, I will definitely write this down. Viewer feedback. There are a lot of benefits of not having direct PvP from an infrastructure standpoint, to the point where if I had indirect PvP, I probably would not be supporting direct PvP as well. Alright, so closest enemy. This part's fine. We're gonna say an int equals function initial dast x equals 7. Right? Is that where I want to move to? Yeah, 7, 4 is where I want to move to first. initial dest y equals 4. Reached first dest equals false. Actually, I could just start it on the first destination. What am I talking about? Yeah, let's just do that. Fine. So if can zap, then the first destination is actually 8, 4. So if get distance to initial dest x, initial dest y equals 0, then reached first dest equals true. If not reached first dest, then move to okay, so then I'm there. Then I want to teleport to the right. So if reached first dest and can teleport, let's just say x plus 5y, then teleport x plus 5y. And that's it. That's our code. Let's just try it out. All right, so we update it, and we save it, and we go play against Hideo 2. And we put this bot exactly, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles away. And then we hit play. Okay, he died immediately. But it worked how I wanted it to. Oh, man. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, so one of the things that I'm thinking about is, so when I was testing an attack against Hideo 2, I wanted very precise control over where everything was moving. For example, I wanted to say, move here, then cloak, then teleport here, then zap. Alright, Thalzy. I think that could be me not being an indirect kind of player, because I think I'm repeating myself over the past prototypes, so it'd be fine if that's only me. I think it's fun at the moment, but it's missing something to make it more difficult. A challenge regarding I need to check what the opponent's using. Yeah, I agree with this, and I think part of what can be addressed here is that there's no progression in the game yet. It's like the framework is there, but you don't actually need to use it yet. So imagine if you started the game with just I don't know what. Let's say the top 3 pieces of hardware here. So you've got artillery, you got melee, and you've got thrusters. And your goal is to figure out how to beat people's defenses with just these. And then by beating 3 or 4 of them, now all of a sudden you unlock landmines. And you're like, whoa, like I can change my defense this way. And this could do really great things. And maybe you don't like landmines or something. You play another 4 or 5 matches, and all of a sudden you unlocked, I don't know, lasers. And now you're like, oh wow, that's a totally different thing I can use. Now I can beat those defenses I couldn't beat before, or do something else. So I think by having progression in that form, you'll play 10 matches in a certain way, and then the next 10 will go a little bit differently, I think. Chip says, do you need sensors to get artillery working? No. The way that sensors work is that you, by default, can see up to 5 tiles away. So it's something like this is your view range of this bot in the middle. And sensors will increase your vision range to 7 tiles away. So it'll change it to this being your view range. And artillery happens to be able to fire up to 7 tiles away. So if there was a bot here, let's say there was an enemy bot here, you could hit it with artillery only if you have sensors on. Otherwise, your max range is here. So I hope that makes sense. And actually, your minimum range is 5 tiles as well. So artillery it can't fire within this red diamond. Name me a C++ project. You can just go on GitHub and find any project and then just code it in C++ if you want. You could make Postman, for example. This is a pretty good thing. It all depends on what you want to do, though. So Digite, I would say focus it down to what area do you prefer. Do you want to work with something that's like a web utility? Do you want to work on a file or hard drive utility? Like, yeah, what do you want to do? kind of know that. I think I'm trying to get the best answer to today's questions. Like, do you have fun? The answer is yes, but I'm not sure that would always be the case. And I want to say yes if I feel it's not 100% that it would last. Yeah, and I think this is like you'd probably run into this with a lot of different games where you play it and let me think about this. I'm trying to think of like what if I'd made Super Smash Brothers, a game that I think like 80% of the people who play it would probably say, "Yeah, this is fun," even if I'm not into fighting games. What if I made Super Smash Brothers, but I only had like two characters and they only had a few moves, and I was like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" I think the same thing might happen where people might say, "Okay, the game is fun, but I'm not sure why I would keep playing it." Yeah, I've had infinite enjoyment out of No Man's Sky. Let me check something really fast. Hang on just a second. Okay. I had to just check something. The thing is, if you would not make me test Super Smash Bros. But a prototype, and as is, I would give the same answer, I think. Yeah, yeah, and so I think some of this can be addressed with progression. I think that's fair. I think the problem that I think is probably the biggest one right now is that the strategy aspect still isn't totally there, and I don't know how we're going to address this. Like, okay, I see this strategy of like there's vampiric lasers, and oh, do all of these have vampiric lasers? Oh, and they have shield level 1 too. I didn't notice that. Oh, so this is going to be a super easy defense to beat. Oh, never mind. I wasn't looking at the bots originally. But if I do this, if I go into here and I change this from melee and shield to just melee and reflect, then this should be dead simple. Yeah, there. Update, play. And now play against Hideo 2. And yeah, let's try that out. In fact, I'll just put down a bunch of bots like this. There. Yeah. Okay. That was a lot easier. Okay. And we could probably so we have what, like 9 bots left over, so let's just delete 4 or 5 of these. There. How does that work now? It's much closer that way. Oh, there. Huh, nice. They all just kind of cleared up at the end. When you set up a blueprint, it has a cost depending on level of tech uses. Attackers get X spawn points, and defenders get X divided by 100 times 80. Why would defenders get fewer? And yeah, I think something like that can be interesting. Let's write this down. Well, I guess I'll just put an idea section. Thelzy suggests scaling cost of bots based on power of them. Maybe how many slots are being used. I think, well, this would allow for some variance in how many bots you can deploy. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to BRB quickly. This will only take a couple minutes. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Will there be a maximum number of offensive bots? That's probably something you need to factor into these tests. Yeah, there would be eventually. There currently isn't, because I wanted people to not have that restriction in case, like, let's say you have money outside of the game, so you're at 100 bot coin, and you attack a defender and it costs you, I don't know, 20. Well, you notice that you just can't beat them somehow, so you spend an extra 10 and you over deploy a few extra bots. And at that point, you're able to beat them, but it was at a higher cost to you. So, like, that's why I wanted players to be able to put down however many they wanted at some point. Yeah, and right now that was one of those like you have to use your imagination kind of things. Oh, sorry, Epic Java guy. I saw your screenshot, then I got distracted. What's the glitch? Attempting to mark an entity dead that's already dead. This could be. Do you know exactly how you entered into this? Because what I'm thinking is it could be that you were testing while something was already testing, or you clicked while something was already being tested. Like if I start the defense and then I just click random things, I think this will cause a bug. I can't get this to actually happen apparently. Did it cause a bug? Also, the whole is defense version I forgot to cut out. But Epic Java guy, if you know how that happened, that would be really helpful. Because, like I said, I think it's because of. If I just like click a whole lot here, it doesn't happen there. Maybe it's I import while I'm. It's really interesting to watch that. All right. My bot died as an enemy bot stepped on my mine, I think. Okay. I haven't been testing landmines too much, but I will write this down too. Hey, Luculus. So yeah, for anyone new to the stream, what we're doing right now is just testing out botland, seeing are people having fun trying to make defenses, or having fun trying to make attacks. Here, as a tortoise. So I'll show briefly kind of how all of this looks. The way the game works is you can make some bots ahead of time, and you make them look a certain way, of course, but you can also pick what's on them. So melee, artillery, missiles, any sort of thing like that. And then you can write a script for them if you want. So this can be something relatively small if you want it to be. Like, hey, here's some priorities I have. I want to shield myself. I want to, actually, this doesn't even matter at this point. I want to reflect if I can find an enemy, and then just figure out the rest for me. So if you want to, you can cut out all of the rest of that and literally just have the figured out for me part. But for here, I'll keep it like that. And then after that, you set up a defense. So I can choose any of these bots that I have over here. So let's pick, like, I'm just going to make something up. I'm going to pick these, and I'm going to pick these, and I'm going to pick something like this. And let's just put a bunch of bots down. It really doesn't matter. Then I can test my defense to see if it's working. So, like, are they able to hold off this attack? Looks like so far yes. And if I'm happy with it, I can save it to the account server, and then anyone else will be able to play against it by just typing in the name. So if I type in like Hideo, for example, then here is Hideo's defense of 6 bots. I can see what he's got. Okay, artillery, laser, shield. And then I can choose, all right, here's the attack that I'll make to try to beat them. And then I can try that out and see if I actually did beat him. So yeah, in this case, I'm like overwhelming him with a certain number of bots, so this is unfair, but yes, it is going to end up winning. Use Arial for botland? I don't actually ever specify the font, I think. So it might default to Arial, I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff I want to write down. Why do I have only half of my defense? Is it possible that the rest of your defense is trying to be imported over on top of mine? Let's try it. No, that's it. Yeah, I don't know. So Endorn's defense, I haven't actually seen it. Oh, Endorn starts immediately on my CPU and tries to kill it. That's cheating. I wonder if we could even stop him from doing that. He probably kills it so quickly that I can't. So if I put down a bunch of melee bots here. Yeah, no, he's oh wait, maybe no. Not quite. I'd need to I think I'd need missiles bots to be able to beat him. Oh, there we go. Nice. I did it. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if I'm explicitly using it or if the browser's just choosing to render with that. I don't know where that would even be, to be honest. But thank you for the heads up, Luculus. How do you find out what font is being used? Oh, here it is, font family. Yeah, it just says sans serif. So I think the browser is deciding to use it. Which, in that case, I don't have any control over that. So I think it's Chrome that is limited by that license and not Botland. Okay. So I want to write some of this stuff down. So I think there needs to be a set number of turns that play out per phase with your limited number of bots. There's no realistic expectation that your first phase of deploys will win the game for you. One game's lasting forever. So I like this idea. I think this is possibly... So maybe players can choose to be cost effective by putting down just the right number of bots at first. Also, if they happen to win in 1 or 2 waves, then good for them. But it's not expected. No, Chrome isn't breaking it, I think. So a license would just say, hey, here's what anyone can abide to by just using this software. Of like, oh, you have to attribute the user who created it or something like that. But then you can get a special license on top of that from whoever owns the Arial font at this point, saying like, oh, we'll let you use it for $100,000 a year. So we don't know what license they have with it. Or whether, I don't know. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff there. But I am not a lawyer. Yeah, I think so. This is an interesting way of potentially changing things. We might need to do that. And that way defenders have an inherent advantage in just numbers, I guess. Defenders have an advantage in numbers of bots. So neutral, I guess, here is that AoE probably needs to be much more important. Or, I don't know, defenders probably need to be limited to where they can put their bots. That way they don't just clump up everywhere. Alternatively, there could be multiple points of interest on the map that the defenders can't possibly control all at once. Breaking law. Using area. Come get me, font police. Yeah, more APIs I think are definitely going to happen. When I was testing an attack against AO2, I wanted very precise control over where everything was moving. I think this is just an observation.
I don't think the game should change to accommodate this, other than allowing you to choose a waypoint or two. I think that's fine. Alright. So this bit here, I want to write down in this document somewhere. Hunt your family down. Okay, I think here is the place to write this. Maybe factories aren't a thing. If attackers have factories, pros, defenders have a way of preventing the attackers from winning. So, alright, one thing I want to ask for the people who've played at this point, and yeah, oh hey, Chip made a defense now. Okay, what does Chip have? Shield and lasers and artillery. Okay, so let's put down my melee bots in front. Oh, interesting. They move backwards. And then they move forward again. Okay, did I deploy more bots or the same number? What? He has what? 4, 8, 10, and I have 4, 8, 9. Okay. Defenders, you're losing this strategy, and then say, I guess I should write my defense. Yeah, I don't know where to write this, as I mentioned earlier. Let's take a look. You figure out what the tools were that would let you win the game. The problem is that you wouldn't know what the defenders would do with their scripts. Maybe they clump them, maybe they did it first. The video idea. Instead, what if there were several phases that the attacker could use to try to defeat the defender's CPU? Likely be fog of war. You don't even know what the enemy bots are, how you're going to defeat them. You don't even know where the CPU is. So I think any system in which the attacker doesn't know what to do at first is going to result in a mega attack, or I don't know, in players using their optimum attack strategy to open each game. The problem with, I guess some of the problems are, it encourages them to use the most powerful, and if that outright wins, it would be boring. Is that there isn't a lot of variety here. So that opening strategy would have to be executed relatively quickly. Alright, so let's make a straw poll. So did you have fun playing Botland so far? The newest prototype of Botland so far. Well, so I'll just say choose all that apply for the newest online prototype. Diversity in build is really important. At least we have the choice. Are we encouraged to do so is another thing. Yeah. I'm having fun figuring out how to attack other players. I am having fun figuring out how to make defenses. Not having fun. Okay. I want to keep this relatively simple. So let's ask this. So, are you having fun attacking? Are you having fun defending? And I know I just made it like a yes or a no. So, you should answer here and then I guess also clarify in chat. And remember, you can pick multiple choices. So, pick one attack option and one defense option. Because like I said, I feel like this is their attacking them in game. Yeah, in game. And I think that the rest would be like variations on this to make it as fun as possible. And so for me, I think making the defense and getting it to do exactly what you want it to do is interesting. And I think expanding on this as you get new computers and whatever else, I think that would be cool too. And then attacking other players, I think that might need some work. So yeah, I'll write this down for myself at least. I think it's fun to make a defense. This is like setting up security on a system and waiting for a hacker to break in. Then you see exactly what they did and try to patch up the flaws. Being creative here is of utmost importance though. So we need to make sure there's balance and a large variety of options. So, okay, I think it's fun to make a defense. I think trying to beat someone else's defense, I think that as an attacker, it's a little bit as an attacker, I'm trying to see what sticks more than I'm trying to, I guess more so than trying to beat the defender the first time around. I think that's fine because I think that's what's fun. I think that's what's fun. So, but I would like skilled players to be able to come up with the best attack better than regular players. Attacking is mad. If I fail, I try it again. Yeah. I wonder. So there are a lot of things to learn from this, though, and that's where I want to figure out how I should change the next part. And so I don't know if other people wanted to answer yet, if you've played Botland at all. It's mostly, like, the people who are listed here. So Early's, Hideo, Endorn, Chip, Demi is Epic Java guy, I think, Zeshinosa. So those people, like, what do you guys think? Like, I do think this is more fun than the old Botland. Let me go back to this document. I think defending could be more fun if you could see other people's attempts. Oh yeah, that's gonna happen, Zilly. That's just not something that is worth coding right now. I think for the prototype, it's not worth coding at least. Oh yeah, you're probably right, Hideo. He must have set it up after the stream though, right? Or was it there when I was online still? I don't remember. Let's check and see when he was last seen. August 30th. No, he was here 2 hours ago. Oh, but the game wasn't online then. Yeah, so, okay. Whatever. Yeah, Dr. Heckler, I don't right now. Oh, Early's is here. Yeah, so I think having a replay is a good idea. I definitely, that needs to be a thing of like, oh, your defense was beaten by two players. How did they beat you? And then you find out, oh, okay, I'm weak to reflect. Okay, then yeah, let's make bots that are going to be reflect, and that way everyone's fine tuning their defenses. I like that idea. I think then just making the attack part fun is important, and I think this is a good idea. I think it's worth trying at least. That what if defenders imagine that the arena is much larger. In fact, let's cut out the imagining. Let's just make it much larger. Let's make it 25 by 15. Okay, Epic Java guy, thank you. Gave the game a go in a day or two, grinding Hearthstone for the end of the month. Okay. There's a 25 and 15. Let's go into server, game server. Oh, shared game server. Where did I do this? 15. This number should show up in the arena width somewhere. There it is. Really should have the server just tell you this, and it's going to need to happen eventually anyway. So yeah, here's what I'm thinking about. We set this, so now the arena is going to be bigger, and now what a defender does is let's import a defense from nobody, I guess. Yeah, sure, great, cool. So what the defender does is they're setting up like, imagine if there was, let's just say this is a wall. These aren't really bots. So now the defender has much more area to defend. And so there would have to be some special objective somewhere. Like if the attacker captures this point, they're going to get some attack buff. If they capture this point, they're going to get a defense buff. And so as a defender now, you have like 3 points to defend, where this one is what's going to cause you to lose the game if you lose this. So you could clump all of your bots up around here and say, okay, come at me, bro. And the attackers will say, I'm not going to come at you. I'm going to go up to here, get the attack buff. I'm going to go down to here, get the defense buff, and then I'm going to overwhelm you. So now defenders have to say, all right, well, I can't put all my bots there. I'm going to have to put some of them over here and some of them over here. And then an attacker would say, okay, I'll put my entire force up here and take over this one. And then I'll make them back up and go back over to here and take over this one. And then take over your main defense. So, like, I don't think this totally works. But I think it's better than what I have right now. And that there's more of a decision tree. Haven't had a chance to play yet because I'm always on mobile, but replay definitely sounds like a good feature. Yeah. It's necessary. I think it's necessary. I think the game crumbles if you just get a notification saying your defense was beaten, and you're like, well, how? How did they do it? And you're like, oh, well, we can't tell you. Too bad. All right, Dr. Heckler. Official warning. Please stop. I don't have logs on this computer, but I think I mentioned replay adding a lot to this type of gameplay. Could really add replay value, improvement, longevity for me at least. I need something to keep me up. Having a way to know why I failed. Yeah, so in my mind, it's always been a necessary feature from the beginning, but it's just something not worth prototyping. Dota 2 or League, apart from no heroes and you can control the minion. Dota 2 or League, apart from no heroes. You control the minions. Yeah, I think of it like a sort of a different kind of StarCraft, I guess. And that's why I'm wondering, adding more of these, like, I think it's something worth considering at the very least. So we could add in. All right, Dr. Heckler. We could add in more points for the defender to defend. That way the attacker could choose to go after the CPU, the defender's bots, or these extra points. When you don't know how to code, you can cheat. I mean, as in their towers to capture, but then you kill the Nexus CPU. Towers grant assist. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I thought you were talking about. Oh. Hang on a second. I need to whisper. Yeah, it's House Khan. You should suggest something. And hey, Louie. Wait, sorry, I needed to handle something via whisper. I banned someone earlier today because well, there's no way I wouldn't have banned this person based on what happened, but I clarified something via whisper and I unbanned the person. It should be like Trolls versus Elves. It's a map for Warcraft 3. Can you describe how it works? Trolls versus Elves. There's Defender, Elves, and Attacker, Trolls. Is this like a tower defense kind of game? Because so far this looks like all the tower defense kinds of games that I've seen in Warcraft 3. Or are the attackers like a hero and they get to pick where they want to attack? It looks like the attacker's controlling their attacker. Yeah, so he's running away right now. Because that part's too well defended, I guess. And they can choose to repair this and upgrade their towers. So the big difference is that this is not an automation game. Elves earn money with time, and attacker earn with attacking. Yeah, and I think the issue is that could you turn it into an automation game and have that be fun? Because that's the big selling point of Botland, I feel, is that this is not your typical strategy game. This is something you control via automation. All right, I think I need to test some of this stuff out. This poll was really helpful, though. And thank you, everyone, for trying Botland out and for testing things and getting back to me. Like, this gives me a lot of confidence that we're at least on the right track. And I think there's still a lot of work left to do on the design side of things. So I'm going to just copy paste this. Be nice if this copy pasted well. Hey, it did. Pretty good. Attacker can earn money by the hit of troops. Defender can earn money worth in time. No, that part makes sense to me. Tasso Kano, I guess what I'm saying is, let's say you had to write your whole strategy ahead of time. Do you think the game would still be fun? Because in that video, what I saw happening there was there were a bunch of towers here, and these were the defender's towers, and then here was the attacker. The attacker was here trying to like kill this one by going up this hill. And when the attacker took too much damage, the attacker changed their strategy to, oh, let's run away. And let's run away in this particular direction, away from all of the towers that were here. I think that's fun for a manual control game because you're monitoring everything. You're like, oh, here's the attacker. I'm losing life. Oh, I need to repair this specific tower. Like, I think that's interesting. I think as an automated game, excuse me, that I don't think it'd be as fun because you'd be like, oh, my attacker didn't do exactly what I wanted to in this situation, but in 90% of the other situations, it's doing what I wanted to. Just throwing it out there to have sort of bets. Like, someone beats my defense, I update it. I'd imagine the person would be notified of better versions available, but it could be fun to say, hey, I updated, dare you to beat it again for 30 Bitcoin. Yeah, I think the only issue I have there is that, like, I like the idea. So imagine this. Adam has a defense. Hideo beats the defense. Now, Adam sees how Hideo beat it and updates it. So Hideo is notified and is told that he can try again for X Bitcoin. Okay, so I think the issues here are that, like, one is I only have access to certain hardware, and maybe Hideo beat me because he has a wider range of hardware. And then the second thing is, like it's basically you beat me once, so even if I update it, if you beat me again, it would probably feel bad for me as the defender to be like, oh, I lost. I don't know. I think it's a good idea. I think it's just I don't know how I would implement it. Oh, every hit that the troll does, the troll earns money. So it's not a hit and run. Okay, got it. He hits for earning. Got it. Zilly says, I see botland as being a bit like Hearthstone. If you get to choose your mulligan hand in order that your cards come out, however, if your opponent can do it too, what you mulligan for against, say, a hunter, assuming it's highly aggressive but is actually playing heavy control. Yeah, and so Hearthstone is one of the epitomes of a partial knowledge game. You do not know what's in your enemy's hand. And in botland, the way that it's set up right now is you can see exactly what the defender has. So when I load in any of these defenses, let's say I do Demi's defense from earlier. Oh, which they've updated now. Oh, wait, no. This was the one that was already there. Demi's defense, I can see, like, oh, artillery, teleport, thrusters, lasers. I can click this one and see same thing. This one, same thing. This one, same thing. So I can analyze everything that this person is doing at the beginning of the match. So this would be in Hearthstone, like seeing, oh, I know they're a control hunter because they've got Savannah Highmane in their hand and Call of the Wild and whatever else. As opposed to, like, oh, this is definitely a Zulok. This has, low-cost minions or something like that. So I could hide this. I could make this an impartial knowledge game. And that way there's, let's say, a whole shroud around the defender's side of the map where I don't even know if you can do this in MS Paint. Yeah, I don't know if you can. But let's just imagine that, like, this is hidden from you. You're like, I don't know what's there or where the defenders are. And that's more like your typical real-time strategy games. And even MOBAs nowadays, I think, have Fog of War. It does certain things for the game, though, where as an attacker, you're like, I'm going to start with a strategy I always start with, which is putting bots like here, 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 and here, on the off chance that they've got their defenders spread out like here, 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 and here. So I'll stomp all the defenders over on the top. and I'll just ignore the ones on the bottom and then proceed to their CPU, which I guess you wouldn't know where it was in this case. Oh, thanks, Walter. There's no wall element for defender, so defender will lose units instantly, not in time. Should be a defend mechanism. Yeah, I would add walls eventually too. I think walls would be something that I don't mind adding, but they can't be abused, I think. So like you wouldn't be able to put walls like this around your CPU and say, okay, there's only one place where bots can enter. It's right here. And then you put all of your bots inside here. That'd be kind of weird, I think. In Silver Dark Shine, you said Fog of War question mark. I don't know if you're asking what is Fog of War, but I'll explain that. So if you look at Stratcraft, Fog of War. So Fog of War is just area on the map that you can't see. So here, for example, this unit can see only in this area, and then there's some other potential things of like Fog of War can regenerate. So maybe if you reveal a place, it could be always visible, or it's never visible again. Or anyway, there's a lot of stuff you can kind of do here. So what this does though is it hides the rest of the map from you, so you don't know what's going on. That would not be fun indeed. I don't know if it wouldn't be fun. Oh, the wall thing. Oh, yeah, yeah. So if you're talking about walls that way, yeah. So what I'm thinking about for walls is like you can put down a few of them. So I don't know exactly what it accomplishes for the game. Like let's say these are walls. Or better yet, let's just draw the walls in MS Paint. So let's say these are walls now. So there's a wall there and there and there and there. So now these bots, like, what are they doing? How are you kind of... Yeah, I was talking about the walls, yeah. So, I think the same question stands for all of these suggestions, which is how does automation play into the game? Isn't there already Fog of War? I remember sensors having a range and you couldn't detect enemies unless within range. Does the player have more control over the bots now? That's no longer a problem. So hey Sir Crash, it's Fog of War, it would be for players, not for the bots. So you're right. Bots have a vision range and that's dictated by these diamonds that I've been drawing here. And so the bot can't tell that something like this bot cannot see this bot over here. That's too far away, so it doesn't even know that it exists. But you know that it exists, and you know exactly what it has on it. When I'm suggesting Fog of War, I'm suggesting the player doesn't know. So you might put all your attack bots here, and the defend bots might all be up there too. And maybe that was a bad strategy, because now you're facing them head on. Is it possible to control when a unit spawns? I think the question is like, what does it accomplish? And I don't mean that in a bad way. What I mean is, let's say as a defender you can control when a unit spawns. So you've got what looks like 4 bots in the arena, and then all of a sudden halfway in, like another set spawns, then another set spawns. What have you accomplished by doing that? What you've done is you've given the attacker imperfect knowledge of the game because they can't tell when these bots are going to spawn. So why not accomplish that with a feature that people are already used to, which is Fog of War? Like, just put Fog of War on this half of the map or this quarter of the map, and there. Now you gain the same thing that you would have gained by having units spawn in later, or more or less. You start with simple units. In time, you upgrade your units with money per monsters that you killed. So you place units manually and control their loadout during the game? No, so, okay. Sir Crash, I don't know if you're talking to me or TassoCon, but I'll show you how the game works right now. And you can play it too if you want. Like, you can just try this out and see for yourself. But I'll still give you a little demo here. So the way that it works is you can basically pick a player to play against. So I'm going to pick, I'll pick Chip. So there, I've loaded in Chip's defense now. So now I can look at this. The game hasn't started yet. I can choose to say, okay, he's got shield and lasers. He's got artillery. He's got them all positioned like this. So now I can choose my bots that are going to beat his. So maybe I've got like, okay, I'm going to put some melee bots here with reflect. And at any point I can say like, okay, now let's swap this out. Let's put that one there and whatever else that I want to do. When I finally hit, imagine there's a giant play button and I press it right now. At that point, I'm not controlling anything. It would all be automation. And if my bots end up winning, then great. If not, maybe I have another attempt or something that I can do. So that's the way that I've been steering the game now. Hey, Santani. The game that you create now is like Legion TD. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's sort of like tower defense in that defender bots aren't moving too much, but there's nothing stopping them from moving. I might have actually played Legion TD a long time ago. I own Warcraft 3. Okay, well, I want to write into here for a little bit. Wave comes in a design pattern, but in Legion TD you face the Horde. Yeah, and Legion TD is a game where you expect to play over the course of like 20 minutes and upgrade and see how you can handle these different waves. And there were teams back when I played too. I don't know if it's exactly that same map. But there's, I think, a lot of changes. Anyway, I want to write down this part about attackers and their decision tree. And in case you guys want to follow along here, not that you really should, this document is gigantic, but there's the document. So, any system in which the attacker doesn't know what to do at first is going to result in players using their optimum attack strategy to open each game. The problem is there isn't a lot of variety by doing that. So that opening strategy would have to be executed relatively quickly, or else games could be stagnant. I'll just leave it at the problem statement. So that's something I wanted to write down. As an attacker, if you see a defense, you reflect, so then that will lead to variance. Yeah, I think this train of thought is important to get into that document too. So add to document. The way other games / competitions solve that is your placement and loadout is static in a sense. You write your bot's AI, pick their placement, and then fight multiple enemies without changing it again. Right, so that's exactly what Botland is right now. Is the defender chose something that was static, and they're using that. They're presenting that to the world as like, hey, this is my defense. If you can beat this, you will win some money. And the attacker, I don't think should have a static attack. I think they should be able to pick their attack. Otherwise, it turns into like a rock paper scissors of, oh, this person happened to be using this strategy, and I happen to be able to beat them. But maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, Sir Crash. On a side note, I have this document open in every stream now. There should be a viewer mode allowing to follow your cursor automatically. That'd be pretty interesting, actually. But in case you're curious, if you have this menu showing at the top, you'll see an icon. I'll show you here. You probably already know about this. But you'll see the icons here for who's editing. And you can always click and see exactly where they are in the document. So, like, you can just keep clicking this all the time, and you'll essentially get that follow mode. Will the map have obstacles? Yeah, it'll probably have walls and pits at some point. You could show the enemy bots, and after the game starts, there's a fog of war mechanism. You can only see a short distance. So Silver Dark Shine, what I was saying earlier is that bots already have a built-in fog of war. They can only see so far away. So here, for example, I just picture any of these diamonds as their view range. So if there's an enemy over here, you cannot see this with any of these bots, because their view only goes up to this range here. So fog of war exists for bots already. It just doesn't exist for players. Then you just remember the enemy's setup. You can make your setup work well enough in multiple situations to maximize the number of wins, but you might not win them all. The fog of war for the client only works once. Well, no, the way I'm picturing it is the map would have to be expanded a lot. So imagine something like this, where there's like this, all of this is fog. Fog is all through here. So you don't know what the defender has done. So imagine you get like 3 phases. Your first phase, your goal is to just kind of figure out what's going on over here. So maybe the CPU isn't even in the same spot every time. Maybe they put their CPU down here, and you don't even know that it's there. So you pursue over in this direction, and you cross a wave of bots. And and you're like, oh, okay. So now you've pushed through the fog this much. You still don't know where the CPU is. So in that sense, I don't see it as affecting the client only once. If you're talking about if I were to attack this player again, I know that their CPU is here. Yes, that's true, but you're not allowed to attack the player again within like a 24-hour period. And yeah, Sir Crash, something like that would be possible. And this is why I'm just trying to figure out what would work here and what is a good design and what this does for the player. So I'm not necessarily saying Fog of War is going to be the way to move forward, but I want to see what it does for the game. Now you can analyze the enemy bots. Yeah. I agree with that. So, okay, so here's, I'm gonna do this. So put in thoughts about Fog of War. How it would have to, it would have to result in having multiple phases in the game. Otherwise, you're just playing the game blindly. With no strategy, or rather with a static attack, and that's not the point of this. So okay, I'm gonna go get some food really quickly. This is not the typical like lunch break. I'm just gonna go away for about probably 5 minutes. So BRB, quick snack. I'll say 7 minutes here, but I'll probably be back in 5 minutes. Those AI competitions allow you to submit your AI and strategy, then you face off against everyone else's. You can remake it or submit more bots, but you can't alter the bot before each fight. No, so Sir Crash, those are AI competitions. This is a game. And I think there's a very big point that's different here is that we don't need to level the playing field necessarily. So, for example, I have shield and missiles. I might be playing against a player who just doesn't have shield. They just don't even have it. And yeah, I got like Korean, this is JavaScript. So, and I don't want this to turn into a coding game necessarily. I want it to be, can you come up with what strategies will win? And part of this is just I do need to analyze how this exactly works. Those are games too. Well, yes, in the sense that there's an objective and there's interactivity. I agree, but I'm saying I think they're more like puzzles. It's like solving Sudoku. Sudoku is a game, but it's I don't know how to articulate this. I guess what I'm thinking is that I'm aiming more for the fun aspect and not for the come up with one AI to rule them all aspect. Hey EJ, how's it all going? Well, there's pretty good feedback on the prototype. I asked people, are you having fun attacking? Are you having fun defending? And I think this is probably the way to go. Are employers looking more for C# or JavaScript? I think they're looking for both, and I think it depends on what employers you want. So if you're talking about like games, for example, probably C#. If you're talking about web development, probably JavaScript. We got button problems today. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go take a snack break. And when I come back, I'll focus on the design. I think I'll also like change today. So where I left off, change today and design some more. Okay, yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, so Sir Crash says, I pigeonholed your game. When I play it, I'm certainly going to make my setup and then fight everyone without modifying it. I don't want that to be possible in the game. So you can try doing that. But I think if you want to do that, there are other games that are more suited for something like that, where, like you mentioned earlier, AI competitions. I think games where you're intended to code to play them. This won't be the kind of game where you can do that. And if it is, then that means we failed at game design, I think. You can try to come up with a general strategy, but I think part of it too is like, look, there's hardware counters in the game. So if you try deploying missiles bots and have them work in every scenario, they won't. If you try to make bots that like, I don't know, there are certain things that you don't have access to in your bot that you have access to as a player. So for example, landmines, I don't think your bots will be able to see landmines. I think if you see that the enemy is using landmines, you should change your strategy. And that's something where you just, yeah, your bot won't have access to that. But yeah, if you want to do it to try to have fun and see what it does, yeah, that's totally fine. I just think that if it's a successful thing to do, then it's like the reason this can't work is because in a game where you control it via botting, if there's a script that just everybody could copy paste, then you break down the game. And Sir Crash, it was 5,000 characters. And either way, that limit was not set so that like it was the end all be all. If a lot of people ran into that limit, then I would just increase it. And yeah, I'm not sure if there will be a raise eventually. I think the game is changing enough where like I can revisit some of these assumptions that I made, but I think they're all secondary to coming up with the game design. Like these are minor decisions that can be made of like, hey, is the limit 5,000 or is it 8,000? Like that doesn't matter so much to me. Hey, yeah, good snack. Is Sir Crash even here? I don't know if I was responding to. Okay, well, he's in chat. I don't know if he's here paying attention, but I still don't get defenders how to get money. How does a defender earn money? So there's only the concept of money around the game. Yeah, the new missile graphic won't actually make it in the game for a little while. All right, so let's change today, and then let's talk about this. So Edacom today for Tuesday. Botland is currently playable as a prototype. Adam is going to be designing for some time to try to, where is this? Here. To try to address some of the issues. Yeah, there we go. All right. So I think this is gonna. I'll change the title too. There. Maybe add the straw poll in the today command so players can add feedback for you to it. Yeah, I don't think people are gonna end up playing if they weren't already here. So I don't think adding the straw poll is probably going to matter too much. Yeah, the whole game ended. Blue team won. Game ended in a tie. I guess this is like after 9 minutes. This is gonna happen no matter what. If people come in and they like, first of all, I guess they need to type the today command. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, most people I don't think will actually try out the game too much though. Well, we'll see. We'll see. All resolution widths are multiples of 360. Hideo, what's your resolution width? Also, wasn't there like 768 by something? I could have sworn 768 by something was one of the resolution widths. Oh, 1366 by 768. 1024. EJ, I don't think, I think that many of them are not, right? I should say 16 by 9 ratios. Oh, hey, Horforia. Okay, so I wanna file this in. So as an attacker, if you see a defense full of reflectable bots, we use reflect. Once. Oh, I see what you're saying, EJ. Oh man. Oh. All right. Yeah, so where do I put this in? Yeah. So I think that as an attacker, if you see a defender using only reflectable bots, then you'll put down reflect bots. Oh yeah, I should increase the size of this and then move the browser so that's like that. So as an attacker, if you see a defender using only reflectable bots, and you put down reflect bots. So strategy design tree. The defender would watch the replays and see that they're losing to reflect bots, and as a result would vary their strategy. The attacker would then see a varied strategy and would only deploy some reflect bots. So the above shows us that, yeah, defenders and attackers will differentiate themselves with their strategies, not with their hardware loadouts. Alternatively, we could say that hardware will differentiate attackers and defenders. Well, that's not entirely true. But you don't have access to all of the counters at any given time. This is something like a card game where you enter the game with a deck that you've formed ahead of time, and there are certain decks it will naturally beat and certain decks that it will lose to. Okay. Also, on the topic of Fog of War, the only real way to implement Fog of War would be to allow attackers to have multiple attempts/phases. Otherwise, all it serves to do is undermine the strategy of the game. Did I put a pros and cons list for Fog of War? No, I didn't. So, pros are you can hide information from the player in a way that they're accustomed to from other games. Allow attackers to have multiple attempts. I guess I just want to say this exact same thing, so let's just say this. And cons are Fog of War is only interesting with large enough maps. Otherwise, you'll end up uncovering all of the points of interest naturally. This means that bots need special pathing. Special pathing/handling when they end up in an uninteresting spot. Okay. I can't tell you how many computers I ended up rotating the monitor inadvertently while coding and using those shortcuts. Yeah, I have to always just disable that. Yeah, so Fog of War doesn't sound like a great thing for me to do here. I think the biggest issue, okay, so conclusions here. I think the biggest issue is that the strategy needs to be fleshed out, especially for attackers. And then after that, the second biggest issue is that the design isn't complete. Yeah, balance can be addressed. More APIs, that can be addressed. Making a defense, I think that's already pretty good. And I think we could add more tools. Like, there's a lot, and then finally, there's just a lot of implementation work. So walls/pits, upgrading the computer, replays for defenders, more quality of life improvements, whatever other things I'm going to have to do. So fleshing out this strategy, this comes down to what do I want the different strategies to be in this game, and that's where coming up with something like this is important. So I don't necessarily want there to be larger maps. I don't think that does a whole lot. So what if there were phases in a different way? And this is what people have talked about before, like rounds, or you had to beat multiple defenses from the enemy. There's cotton coming out of my shirt. Yeah, and I need to just plan some of this stuff out. So, do we benefit from multiple rounds? Like when I'm trying to attack someone, what happened here? Do we have any new? Wait, we must have a new person here, right? Oh yeah, Horforia made a defense. Okay, let's try out Horforia's defense. So this is Horforia's defense. Melee, cloaking, reflect. Reflect, cloaking, artillery. Missiles, cloaking, reflect. So all of his bots have reflect on them, which means that I should use melee and artillery. Okay, well, I don't have a melee and artillery bot right now, so let's go make one. And eventually we'll be able to do that right in the game. I just didn't allow that for right now. So what's the bot that... Zapper's just terrible. We're going to get rid of this. Artillery, melee, and armor. And we'll give it the figured out script. Can you make bots mid-match and or change their loadout? So there's no... Eventually there won't be this concept of like mid-match. So it'll be just... You're looking at a defender, you can change whatever you want during that time. You could like go out of there, you can come back in, you can do whatever you want. Then once you click the play button to start, that's when it would finally say, now you're locked in. It's just going to play out whatever simulation. Hey, Bowoken. So right now, you see this edit button in the match. Like, yes, you would be able to use this eventually. Just right now, I broke it, so it doesn't work. Would it be hard to copy paste the defense part of the game into an attack part of the game where people can create and store attack formations that others can call up? Maybe change the import to Horforia A, Horforia D. Yeah, I think the attack part is not something that you would ever import from another player, since that would be something that they don't ever make ahead of time. But you as a player could store certain formations that you have, let's say. So let's say you really like, I don't know, this strategy of a vertical line of bots. And you want to switch between that and a strategy of like 2 horizontal lines of bots. You could save these formations yourself and then recall them as you want. Didn't you just do rock, paper, scissors? Well, so I analyzed his bots have the same general weakness, but that's because of how he made them. This is what I was getting at originally, EJ, which is that the very first defenses people made were like, they just had lasers bots. So you'd go in and you'd say, okay, I know how to beat these. And that's this decision tree, right? Oh, darn it. Hang on a second. I think I just changed my mouse. This. So as an attacker, if you see a defender using only reflectable bots, then you'll put down reflect bots. The defender would watch the replays and see that they were beaten, so they would vary their strategy. So what I'm saying here is like, yes, that is what I did. But then Horforia would watch the replays of this eventually and say, wow, I'm getting beaten by a lot of like melee and artillery bots. I'm going to put down bots that beat melee and artillery. And then I, as an attacker, wouldn't be able to do this anymore. I mean, the defender / person being challenged doesn't place any bots onto the map until the match starts, and then spawn them with a random set of predetermined setups so that people can't get pregame advantage. Wait, so Sir Crash, I'm not sure if this part was apparent, but even once the game was released, like the defender wouldn't be there during the game. So the defender doesn't ever have the opportunity to change anything because like they might be sleeping right now and you can still play against them. So I hope that's clear. What else? Hey, Rami. Yeah, so what was the other part? Any part and spawn them with a random setup. So the part about spawning in random setups, like I would be fine with that, I guess. You could have multiple defenses, let's say, but it doesn't really change things for the attacker. You'd still need to perform the same. It's like Sudoku puzzle A versus Sudoku puzzle B. What happened to factories? I remember some talk about them, and then when I last played, you still played live. Yeah, so I think you should check out the last recap video. If you don't mind watching that, I think the game as it would have played out before would not have been fun. And actually, that's what prototyping it was showing us was like, oh, I could see this being fun, but it's not fun right now. And I don't. I tried for an entire month. Oh, hey, Swine. All right, see ya. All right, so Horforia already changed his defense. Let's reload into this thing and take a look. So Horforia's defense is now melee and cloaking, artillery, cloaking. So his bots all still have reflect. Yeah, so let's put down the bots that I had configured. Excuse me, which were these ones. So we can just surround this bot to murder it originally. Like this can be our first attack right here. And then we can set up the rest of our bots so that they'll pursue these. Let's just try that and see what happens. So yeah, I murdered that bot. That was pretty easy. And now... Oh, nice. Killed the CPU. Okay, so that worked, but how many bots did I use? I used 5, 10, and he used 13, I think? 5, 10, 13? Yeah. Okay, cool. Just saved my change. All right, let's take a look. So now he has 12 bots. Armor, regen, melee. That bot is a result of accidentally clicking on one of the enemy's bots. Okay. I see. Armor, regen, melee. Alright, he's got some missiles. Okay, let's just try the same thing that I have in the arena right now. See how this works. Okay. So he has beaten my strategy now. Although actually I have fewer bots than him. So if I up it to 12 as well, let's see how that works. This could just be an imbalance in melee that's causing me to win though. I don't get it. Attackers get to create an entire setup to counter yours, so do defenders get some advantage to compensate? Yeah, I think I haven't fully formed this yet, but the way I was thinking about it would be this was listed in this document somewhere. Where is it? Buffs. So defenders can have 2 buffs applied to all of their bots. Buffs are unlocked via the same tech tree that contains hardware. Buffs grant benefits like plus shield absorption, plus EMP duration. It serves as a way to invest in your entire defense so attackers can read the state more easily, and serves as a way for defenders to use strategies that may not be the most powerful on their own. And hey, Horforia's wife, whose name I don't know. Wiforia? I don't know. But yeah, Sir Crash, I don't know about the balance yet. The other thing I was thinking is that maybe the attackers just can't put down as many bots as the defender can. Hey, Jacqueline.
Hmm. So yeah, I'm not sure. I still think part of this comes down to how do we want decisions to play out? How do we want this strategy to play out? So right now, attackers can try what they think will work. Okay, one of my conclusions that I've seen so far are like, I think having multiple attempts is the best idea, given that you'll never be able to accurately slash easily gauge what defenders will do just by looking at their hardware and their scripts. So that's one thing. So attackers can try what they think they'll work, then they can adjust based on what they saw. This could boil down to just saving 3 attack templates and having one of them always be successful. And I don't know, like, that is probably what this game would turn into, is you've got an attack template that works pretty well against most scenarios, and another totally different template that works pretty well against most scenarios, and you're just swapping between these to see which one works. And I don't think that would be fun. So I like the part about creating a defense. I think that works well, but I don't think that attackers have the right tools yet. Or for you. All right. I think that would be a pretty big problem because you wouldn't really have much strategy in the game. I guess that's what I keep coming back down to, is that what is the strategy in this game? This makes me keep questioning, is the strategy in this game? If it's to figure out hardware counters, then that's super easy to do for anyone who just reads off of a chart. If it's to write a good script, then we need to give better tools for using the scripts. And we'd run into issues with people copy pasting whatever the best script is. And if it's something else, I don't know what that something else is. This would actually be an argument for having manual control over your bots. But I wrote why that's not a good idea. If attackers had manual control, this game becomes more about how to exploit the defender's AI. This makes certain strategies unusable, e.g. surprise strategies, landmines, maybe artillery, just like when we added waypoints. For example, if as a defender I have lasers bots shooting toward the attacker's direction, then as the attacker I'm going to make sure I'm never in range of the lasers, or that I always have reflect when I pursue them. So one of the interesting things is making defenses. Yeah, making defenses is fun. Using AI. After having prototyped, I've concluded that making defenses is fun using AI, but attacking isn't necessarily fun. There are lots of... So this would address one of the big problems in the game. We don't gain any advantage of CPU and memory usage since matches are non-deterministic. Yeah, that's actually a huge con. She told me to tell you her name so you wouldn't have to say whose name I don't know, but I told her she'll have to make a Twitch account and tell you herself. Or Foria and his wife. This will be the hangout spot for them. Botland channel.
10 bot, yeah. Yeah, even when I talk to my wife, she knows of some of the people in chat. Although I don't usually. Sometimes I'll just tell her what someone's done without necessarily telling her a name. Because I don't expect her to really know the chat names, I guess. You have any tips or advice for me to learn a programming language? How'd you do that? So I think my biggest thank you, by the way, guys. Let me show you this in the FAQ. If you click how can I get started programming, my biggest advice is actually right here. I'll whisper it to you. Anyone else can just take a look at it. I just don't want to spam chat with all this stuff. Unrecognized command whisper, what? That was weird. Did I type whisper? I don't know what just happened. Anyway, I whispered it to you. I suggest just reading through this. It's about a page and a half. I think this is more important than any particular resources of like, oh, here's how you can learn Python. Because I think you need to expect the right thing before you get into it. And no, I know how to. I just don't remember typing whisper. And Spin says, are you using a behavior tree or just a state machine for the AI? No, so players are writing the AI. And for that, you can use either Blockly or JavaScript. So you can write something like this if you want, like if can shield self, then shield self, set the closest enemy, do whatever, blah, blah, blah. Or you can write it in JavaScript if you want. Why memorize the ISPER? You mean the HISPER part? I'm a big deal in the Atom household. I does work? Oh, it does work. Wait, what works? Whisper? Slash whisper? I don't know what you're talking about, Ramy. So, Spin, I hope that part answered your question. And like I said, Botland is playable right now. If anyone wants to try it out, just type how to play. I don't know why I didn't just type how to play. I typed today. Anyway, now that you've done this, Horforia, I will paste this into you. And now I went up to you with my gift. Oops, I linked you to the results page, Horforia. You'll have to click the main page. Oh, I see. What were you doing, Ramy? How were you ever whispering people? Were you opening up like the whispers box and then typing in a name? Yeah, so what is the strategy in this game? If it's to figure out hardware counters, then that's super easy to do for anyone who just reads off of a chart. If it's to write a good script, then we need to give better tools for using the scripts. Well, and also, and this game becoming a coding game. If we do something like manual control, then the game becomes about exploiting the AI. Also, this kind of becomes a clone of whatever that other game Tasso-Khan was talking about. The, what's it called? Elves versus Trolls. This becomes much more like tower defense. Oh, I see, Ramy. Okay. Strategy equals bots can be spawned during game and their loadouts altered. You write your script to be smart enough to try to counter what the enemy throws at you, but both of your scripts are learning and trying to counter each other, but you don't want it to be like that. Sir Crash, I don't think it makes the game fun though. Well, if it makes the game fun, I think it caters to such a smaller audience that I don't want to make a game like that, I think. And I think that if that's what you want to play, that there are already games out there like that. Have you seen the game Gladiabots? It's very similar to what you're doing. So someone told me about this earlier, and I went and looked at it, but I never really followed up too much on it. Yeah, I believe this is single player. And if you're making a single player game, I think that there are other things you can do. But because this is multiplayer, like, okay, so in a single player game, you can have like unfair bosses, for example, that you can try to topple. But if you give the player access to unfair weapons, then it just makes the game unfun for the other players, I think. If only I didn't have to share a desk with you. I think I should analyze this a little bit more. So this is a huge con. Like huge. And I wonder you oh yeah, anytime you're using a mix of manual control and AI, you'd still hit this con. This is the biggest issue. Big issue. We don't gain any advantage of CPU memory usage since matches are non-deterministic, meaning a game server has to be on the hook for playing out a match, as opposed to simulating it all over the course of a few hundred milliseconds and sending the player the list of actions events. But hey, Botland was already going to be something like that, so maybe this could work. I don't know. Wouter, I feel like that's life. It's very hard to be an expert at anything. So most of what you're doing in life is just, I kind of know about that, and so I go do it. What about the strategy being to build and save an attack and a defense during and once a week we can all stream a bot tournament where everyone's formations fight each other and a champion is crowned? So I thought about this. I thought, what if you were either an attacker or you were a defender? And that's another way of going about this, I think. Did I write this down somewhere? There was that whole, what if there were both? Oh yeah, this. Yeah, what if at the beginning of Botland you got to choose between whether you want to be an attacker or a defender? So if you chose attacker, then you came up with a static attack that defenders played against. And then you came up with dynamic attacks that you use against defenders. If you chose defender, you came up with a static defense, and then you came up with a dynamic one against attackers. I don't know if that helps. I don't think that's exactly what you're talking about either. But I think saving an attack ahead of time... Oh, let's think about that. So what if you could save an attack ahead of time, just like you could for a defense? So I think the pros and cons, like, one con would be, at this point, what are you doing when you actually play the game? And this would mean that you could copy paste essentially everything in the game. I don't actually know what the pros are. Wow, dude. I'm a sucker for 50% off things. Yeah, I don't know what the pros are. I think you just lose control. You lose control over something you currently have influence over. You know, part of me thinks, and I don't really like pursuing this. These are like, you have weird thoughts every once in a while that you're going to have regardless and that you don't want to entertain that much. But, okay, so a game like Pokemon Go, it's not really so much a game as it is like a... Let's just collect Pokemon, I guess. Like, that's the game, is collecting Pokemon. And then they need to give you something to do with it. So, sure, you can go fight in gym battles and whatever else, but that's not as fun as a regular Pokemon game. And so I wonder, what if Botland was just like, yeah, it's kind of a game and people play it, but eventually they get frustrated with it and they stop playing it. I think it's sort of like Hearthstone in that it appeals to a very casual market. Depends says, write an AI to fight us like a human would in game mode. Yeah, Sir Crash, I feel like anything that steers toward just writing scripts turns this into another game that already exists. And I don't want to write a game that already exists. Like at that point, how is it different from the other AI writing games out there? Yeah, okay. So the whole manual control thing, because this is what I'm thinking is potentially like we can work this out. This is a resourcing issue. This just becomes the game. Like so this in itself isn't a con because that's technically how most PvE games work. The con is that it makes certain strategies unusable unless you just can't see landmines there, I guess. What about artillery? I don't know. And I guess the other thing is then the game becomes at least somewhat about APM. And I wanted to avoid that if I could. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is not really a con. I think it being more engaging for players is true. And I think that's the biggest pro right there. I guess what I'm trying to do is picture how this would play out. Let's see. So I start the game. You're probably still picking where your attackers go. That's probably not an issue. And then if you manually controlled them though, what if we cut out the APM requirement though? What if you manually controlled them by sending your entire set of actions ahead of time? Okay, that's interesting. What if the manual control that you had was that you simulated the whole match? You're currently told about scripts. You wouldn't be told about scripts in the future, so you wouldn't know what would happen exactly. So you couldn't simulate this. But what if the manual control that you had was that you simulated the whole match on the client side and then sent those inputs to the server? Okay, well that's one idea. What if manual control was that the game paused every single turn and asked what each bot should do? This would... Yeah. Yeah, what if this is how it works? Now APM doesn't come into play. So APM no longer comes into play. But is that an interesting thing to do? Say like click this and say, hey, I want you to move right. And so this bot moves right. And now it gets shot at by a laser or something. Diversity in game modes would be great. And sorry, Adam, but the only thing that interests me is the concept making children cry with moderately decent AI. No, and Sir Crash, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that there's a game for that. It's like if someone said, hey, you know what would be really cool, Adam, is if you turn this into each bot has a level and they go from level 1 to level 80 and they get talents along the way and there's a huge world and everything else. And it's like, yeah, go play that game then. Go download World of Warcraft. I'm not arguing that that wouldn't be like I don't want to make a game like that. That's what I'm saying is my pushback there. Not that it wouldn't appeal to you or that like I just and my reasons for not wanting to make that kind of game is because I feel like it already exists in many forms and I don't want to make a copy of another game. And I think the issue here is that I think it's hard to make it so that your decisions would be meaningful. And what I was saying earlier is some games they don't necessarily have meaningful decisions, but it's not really a problem. And I think to some extent, like even Hearthstone, a lot of people are complaining on Reddit right now about the games are very straightforward. I'm playing according to sort of just like a script that I have. And granted, you don't write automation in Hearthstone, but imagine if you did and you said, okay, play this card at this time, excuse me, and then play this card at this time. Like, players aren't making so many decisions during the game anymore, or at least they don't feel like they are. And since I think perception is everything, feeling like they're not doing it is as good as them not doing it. And I think if the same thing happened for Botland, it would be, well, what is our goal at that point? Is it just make money? Is it make a fun game? And anything can be accommodated there. Hey, feels back from 1 month holiday. Everything I learned I already forgot. Starting back from scratch tomorrow. Are you starting school tomorrow? There's room for more like them. None of them really scratch the itch. Colobot is the one that really interests me. Slow development. Never heard of this. Oh, Colobot. Colobot. Yeah. Oh, no, Thursday. Got it. Okay. Well, I don't know. I think that if the game is solely about AI at some point, that, like I said, it appeals to such a small audience of people. I don't really want to do that, I think. YOLO bot. I think there are other ways. If we turn this more into resource management, excuse me. Colobot Gold. Is this multiplayer or is it single player? Would that make Botland new enough each week to stop people from ever reaching endgame? I don't think I don't think something like that addresses the core issues. I think the core issues are like where does this strategy come from? And it sounds to me like here's what I'd hope for is that there's enough of a metagame going on in the world of Botland that the strategies that you need to use are based on just things you've never seen before. Players are coming up with these. So they're designing these encounters for you essentially like a D&D dungeon master. I've only done single player, but there's definitely room for multiplayer if it's not there yet. See, that's what I don't know. Is there room for multiplayer in games like this? I'm not. I don't know. I'm not the greatest game designer, definitely. I think I've got like some knowledge about it, but I'm not excellent at it. And I think that I spent about a month and a half trying to make PvP, just direct PvP botland work. And I don't think it did in the end. And I think a lot of that was just like your decisions didn't matter. It's a pretty casual game, not necessarily for just programmers. So I'd argue that it is not a pretty casual game if you have to code in the CBot language that they give you. Like you have to code. Sure, it's in a language that they made, but you said the only way to control it is via those scripts, right? Entirely through scripts. Anyway, I think there's still some more design work left to do here. I think it'd be more engaging after having prototyped. I concluded the defenses are fun. Yeah, I think the unusable strategies part of this can be mitigated by, well, no, it can't really be mitigated by that, I think. like... So I think we can mitigate the APM issue by changing the game to turn-based, or at least allowing players to slow down gameplay. No, Sir Crash, but I feel like that's like Code Academy teaching you Python. I don't think that makes Python casual. I think that's the game just giving you the answers. But I don't think that makes the game casual. I don't know if this just sounds like a semantic difference or if there's actually something more meaningful there, but the way that I'm thinking of this is that it doesn't make this game a casual game. If you leave it to the players to do that, then you'll need to let players set up various different goals and victory conditions and challenges. The players would have to have more of a map building ability, something like Happy Wheels. And no feels, I haven't seen that. What is it? So Horforia, I think that's part of what I was getting at with the whole what if there were multiple objectives. So right now the defending player has just a CPU and that's what needs to be destroyed. What if there was something else that they had to defend so that they would have to spread their forces between the two, and does it change much? And so with automation, I don't know if it does change much. I think this is just difficult to do. About exploiting AI, I think that would just be the nature of the game. It may be incredibly frustrating as a defender, though, to see someone move one tile at a time to scout. Then when they find defenders, they move backward and repair themselves to full. Yeah, so Sir Crash, giving something like that does make it more casual, I think, if you can directly control them. But then the question you need to ask is, why do they even have automation? So I think the two main points, and I said this at the top of this document, you either want automation because there's too much to control and you can't do it all as a human, or that you just don't feel like controlling it despite that you could do it as a human. And so in a game that's not going to last 40 hours, there must be this. This must be the reason you'd want automation. Or I guess there's another reason, which is that like the game makes it so that you have to use automation for something, but that's just a barrier that they've created at that point. So what I'm saying there is like, Sir Crash, do you think that this game Colobot, if you put all of the pro StarCraft players in a room, would they beat every single AI that you could ever create? And I hope you see what I'm getting at there. StarCraft is a game where you require very high APM. And if you were to automate units in that game, you, like, high-level players can almost control the game as though they're AIs because they're just really good at the game. Granted, they can't get the very fine control that you would get from an AI, like splitting up individual Marines or something. But so, Sir Crash, the question then is, why can't you? Why couldn't a pro StarCraft player play Colobot better than a script runner? Like, why can't a pro StarCraft player play Colobot better than an AI writer could? Like, what in the game is stopping you from doing that? And I think this reveals a lot about what the game is and how automation plays a role. Because you could say, oh, there's just too much to control, in which case, yeah, that can be reasonable, I think. And you might say, well, you can't say that because the StarCraft player hasn't ever played Colobot before. That's not a valid argument, I think, because you assume that they have the skills to learn it. I still wonder about the manual control. You could prevent something like this with a turn timer. No, Sir Crash, I don't think that could happen very easily. Like I think it could happen in the same way that AI can beat players in chess or in Go, but that's like a multi-million-dollar project to set something like that up. So is it possible? Yes. Is it something that you'd expect like a 15-year-old to do in their free time playing a game? No, it's not. It's it's such an intense amount of code that you're basically saying like you play this game with automation just because it's a requirement to play the game, not because it actually enhances the game. And at that point you can say like, okay, that's fine. That's just a restriction you put on it. It's like there's no in an FPS you could make a gun with infinite bullets if you want, but you've put a limit on it for a reason, and you could say, okay, that's just part of the game now. In the same way that you could say automation is just the only way you can interface with this game. So because you're required to do that, yeah, just pro StarCraft players don't have any say over an AI writer. And nice, Crazy Miner. Nice. Do you want to show some pictures of your... I remember you were saying you were doing it in the console. But Sir Crash, I hope you at least see what I'm getting at. I'm not trying to say like Coal Miner is a bad game or anything like that. I'm just saying these are the game design constraints you have to work within when you're coming up with an automation game. Like you always need to consider with anything you're doing in your entire life, whether it's talking to someone, writing a game, like playing music, who is your audience? And my audience is not coders for this game. Like that is a subset of the audience, and I want it to be a more minor subset than what you might expect by looking at something like this. But the problem is I can't achieve that. I haven't found a way to achieve that. And I think it would end up going the route of another game if I found a way to do it. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. So that's why I'm in this situation. Gave me a little bit of motivation when I saw the Reddit post. The guy made the game in a couple months with zero knowledge and only YouTube tutorials. Oh, cool. Have I seen this? It's called Not Golf. Is that what you said it was called? The game Not Golf that made it to Reddit front page the other day. Yeah, if you don't mind sending me a link, because I just did a quick search. I don't see it. Yeah, no. Oh, cool. Okay. Have I seen this? Oh, neat. And it works well on a touch device. It's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, it's good if that sort of thing inspires you too, because I think nowadays the tools are there for people to get started with this stuff faster than ever. So with something like Unity, you don't need to write a rendering engine. You don't need to figure out how game audio works. You just need to go find an MP3 and you need to find the models that you want to use and come up with a game. And okay, so yeah, what is the strategy in this game? It's good that it works well on a touch device. That's all it's available on. Well, I mean, there's some games that aren't as well suited for touch devices. Like I've played Terraria on an iPad, and I was so frustrated playing it. So frustrated. Oh man, I would never like with a controller it might be fine, but with just touch controls it was obnoxious. And I really like Terraria. I've sunk a lot of hours in that game. So that's what I'm getting at of like, oh, it looks like it's a good touch kind of game because it's got very simple controls for a touch device. And they make sense. Just touch and drag. So I think some mix of the above is what we need in the perfect formula for strategy. You have to manually control placement and loadout of bots. You then have to, or like, you do this by basing it on hardware counters. You also need a good script to control them afterward. But the problem is, so I don't know, this to me sounds like, yeah, that can be fine. And the game can work that way. So then I guess what am I worried about? That attackers don't have the tools to actually topple defenders? I guess they do. And people said they had fun, right? So let's see. Let's go through this same real world example from before. And I think progression can have a big impact here. But let's say I see who's got a defense, and I say, all right, let's check out Horforia. Yeah, sure, Crazy Miner. Imager's a good choice. So here's Horforia's defense, and I already tried to beat this before. I guess part of it is that I feel like it's clump of bots versus clump of bots. And at that point, what is the CPU really accomplishing? And defenders still don't have a reason to move, which I think can be fine. Oh, hang on a second. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. So yeah, I see Horforia's defense here, and I say, what am I going to do to attack? So if I put down just anything, and I don't even look at what the strategy is, 4, 4, 10, so let's put down 12 bots. Oh, whoops, this isn't gonna work. These bots don't actually have the right script. I can't give them the right script during the game. So I need to make different bots. Artillery shield, what does this do? No, this is not right. Okay, artillery and missiles, let's try this. This will probably lose because I know he's got a lot of reflect on his bots. But so one of the things that I saw is like his bots down here look very weak because these are melee bots. And oh, actually this worked. So I can see that in my next attempt I could say, all right, I'm going to put my bots down here. And this is what makes me think that if I just double the defender's life on all of their bots, and then I give the attacker 3 attempts to beat them, that I think what you learned in the first one can really help you in the second attempt. Honestly, I think that could be part of what will make this a lot better. It may be worth it to try to double the life value of all defending bots and give the attackers multiple attempts at defeating them, where life values persist between attempts. That way the attacker isn't expected to win in one phase. I think that's good. That could be it, or a good clue on how to make it work. That could be worth prototyping. Yeah, I think that can be helpful. Because yeah, that way whatever weaknesses you see in their defense, like I said, I saw these melee bots were just kind of milling about down here. So yeah, I thought, oh, I'll pursue from the bottom right. And now let's say all my bots were killed off at this point, and now we're back to just these ones at the top are left. Now I can deploy all my bots just directly at the bottom and go after a CPU. And it could be an interesting way of doing things. In fact, maybe any, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think something like this is good though. I definitely think there needs to be multiple phases. I think the attacker needs to have multiple phases in a single attack. That way they can respond to what they saw happening without needing to spend a second attempt, which feels like a cop-out, especially if you win in your first attempt. Yeah, I think this is one of the biggest things that needs to happen. Yeah. Okay. And that alone can address some of the strategy that the attacker needs to use. So I see this thing happening, and there's going to be weaknesses in any script. But I wonder how. I mean, your goal is to still just cheese the enemy, come up with like a strategy. I think you'll still end up with, hey, here are the overall things that happen to be working for me. And I guess if you want to play the game that way, maybe that's okay. Maybe that's how it works. I think I need to write this inside that questions section. For what it's worth. I've seen things like this. The whole Control StarCraft or StarCraft 2. So I've seen this exact document before, actually. This is where they intercepted everything on the GPU to figure out what's going on in the game, right? Yeah. So I understand this. Is there a conclusion that they ended up beating pro players? Results and performance. Okay. So they said it would rank where very hard AI ranks, which is beatable by a human. So, yeah. So Sir Crash, this is actually there's a part of StarCraft that makes it okay. So this goes back to why I think you would want automation. This is the first reason of there's a repetitive task that you can't necessarily do as quickly as a machine can. So in this case, I don't think this StarCraft API, unless you spent like hundreds of thousands of dollars on putting researchers on this project, if you gave them human level APM, I don't think this AI would beat a human player. So I will give you a very easy example of another game where you can write an AI like trivially easily that'll always beat a human player, and that's an FPS. If you make an AI that spins 360 degrees as fast as possible and always hits, like, their aim can be perfect, right? They know everything that's going on in the game. You can always get a headshot. You will win every single game as that AI. There's no way to beat it. At least I don't think there's a way to beat it. I guess if you have okay, I guess if there's more than guns, if you have something like grenades that you can throw around corners, then you can write something slightly different. But in just a straight up match, like, you have an AI that's doing something not even necessarily smarter than a human, just the accuracy and the speed can be better. And no, Sir Crashed, I think that's good. I don't think this changes any of my points from before, though. And I don't know if you don't, like, I don't know if you don't agree with my points or if you're trying to argue a different point here. What I'm getting at was mostly like there are certain things you need to consider when you're writing an automation game that will impact the game design. And while I was talking about Kolobot earlier, of like, why did they give you manual action over your bots? And why is that not the optimal way to play the game? It sounds to me like that would be the optimal way to play the game. Of like, ignore that scripting is even in the game. Like, imagine if you could script StarCraft units. You'd probably still have pro players doing much better. And yeah, Crazy Miner, you can post the link. Then that's my point, Sir Crash. So I don't know if you disagree with that or if there's a different point that you're getting at there. But like, I see this as just more proof toward that point. All right. So what was I getting at there? There was something I just written down. Oh yeah. Is anything encouraging you to make more than just a few attack templates and keep trying them on the defenders you face? Oh, nice. How did this get 20 views already and -1 point? Oh, people can, I'll just Imager can see it, I guess. That's cool. Good job, Crazy Miner. So I'm guessing as you fill in the board, like 1 would change into X, let's say. So Sir Crash, that's what I was getting at here. Well, first of all, do you disagree with what I'm saying? Because like you're answering with another question. I don't know if you, because I never actually heard you address any of my points. And yeah, Imager people are super rude if you accidentally mark your images public. Yeah, but I don't know. I've read arguments for why they do things that way. Mm. And Sir Crash, I don't mind answering your question. I just don't want to deviate from like what I was trying to say as my point. So let's see. I don't know why a pro StarCraft player needs to be inherently better than everyone else at Kolobot. No, no. Okay, so here's my point. I'll just state it briefly here. So in Kolobot, you can manually control your units. This is what you told me. I haven't played the game, so if this is false, then like this can invalidate my entire point. You can also write scripts for your units. So my question is, why would you ever want to write scripts for your units if you had someone like a pro StarCraft player behind the keyboard? So, and my hypothesis is that manual control will almost always beat AI control in a game like this unless you put millions of dollars of research power behind the AI. So this is what I'm getting at here. And so I don't know if you disagree with this hypothesis, but like I guess what I'm saying is you would need Kolobot to either, or you can only control one unit at a time. So because they've gimped the manual control, then is essentially that, right? So that's a good reason. The game has restricted what manual control you can input. No, Sir Crashed. Oh man, I don't know if you're trying to be contrarian right now or not, but you see what I'm getting at of like, if I asked you to write a chess AI, you probably couldn't beat a grandmaster chess player, a human. You probably couldn't do that, right? Like, or a Go AI. I don't think that's the kind of thing that an average person can write on their own to beat top level players. I think that takes like researchers a lot of time and a lot of computing power to do. And granted, StarCraft is not the same level of game as Go. It's a very different kind of game. And Go is not a game where speed matters at all, from what I understand. Like, you can choose to move the piece, or you could use like a set of chopsticks if you want. You can do whatever you want to play. You don't need to have like lightning fast reaction time though. So, okay, in the end, I think what I'm trying to get at is I don't have a good design for botland yet. And I'm trying to steer it away from requiring just pure coding skill. But I'm not sure what's going to be the most fun. So does anything encourage you to make more than just a few attack templates and keep trying them on the defenders you face? Sir Crashed, I'm asking you, like, do you specifically think you can write an AI that will do that? Do you have the resources? Do you have anything? Like, can you do that? And if so, why haven't you? Like, I don't know if you're overlooking my point or not here. I'm saying it's not reasonable for a player to do that. And so, same thing in a game like Kolobot. Okay, they stopped you from manually controlling all your units in the same way that you could in StarCraft. So that's how they got around this problem of like, well, you have to write scripts. And sure, that's fine. That's just a requirement of the game at that point. I think 2 layouts would be nice, basic and advanced. Yeah, so Sir Crash, the answer is no then. You can't. Like, just say that you can't. This is the whole thing I said about, like, why are you answering in such a contrarian way? Like, you know what my point is. You agree with it, as you've shown by, like, oh, I could, but it'd take thousands of years. Then that means that no, you can't. I think this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous conversation. And I think in the end, it doesn't advance the botland game design at all. And that's what I'm here to do. Anyway, I think this part about having just a few templates that you used against a defender, I think that would be a bad thing. And I wonder if there's a way to encourage this. Hey, Jalapeno. I think there's a way to encourage this somehow through the game design. I'm just not sure what it is. So I think that if defenders have enough of a framework for surprising attackers, e.g. what you see in Hearthstone Adventures essentially, with completely different mechanics, then I think it could really open up the attackers' strategies as well. I think this may mean developing even more control over your computer in botland. Like, what if you could set parameters for individual weapons, or even disable complete sets of weapons? Experiment. We can set parameters or even disable complete sets of weapons. This is sort of like the custom server idea that we'd had for botland almost a year ago. I've been using Atom. What's wrong with it? So a lot of people had complained that it was slow, and then yeah, okay, yeah. So it used to be slow. That's what people were saying. So this is like the custom server idea we'd had for botland almost a year ago. Yeah, so I think setting it up so that this is the case would solve that problem. And so I wonder how to get this exactly. But I do think it would mean that you'd need more control, because I don't think your strategies alone can be enough. I don't think your strategies / loadouts will be enough to influence attackers to make wild changes. You can set parameters for individual weapons, or even make changes. One player may say no lasers allowed in the game. Or maybe, you know what? Maybe this is what I was kind of thinking about with buffs. Buffs, and that the defender could control benefits to their own hardware. I wonder if we could put restrictions on attackers too. For example, attackers do 50% less laser damage, but plus 50% melee damage. Then you come up with the counter to melee bots. This could be sort of like laws in Final Fantasy Tactics. So that each game is slightly different. I think that might be it. I think this could be something that's on the right track at least. I don't know exactly how it would work. So the way I'm picturing this, you could set up, let's say, I don't know, let's say this is a wall. So you could set up walls like this maybe. Just put some on your sort of on the front of your bots. And then you could say, okay, bots behind walls will do more damage. Or they do like artillery fires over walls or something like that. So you make it so that attackers do way less artillery damage. So now they've got to figure out how to beat you without using artillery, essentially. So I guess this serves to do a few things. If you can change attackers' weaponry, then they can't just use the same templates every time because they may not be as effective. Yeah, so I think this is the whole this is the expand the decision tree with so many variables that players need to perform some analysis solution. Hey, Havald. Yeah, I think this is the way to pursue this. I've gotta address this somehow. Let's put this in the rambling section. Now I can actually think about this stuff. Alright, so let's put this here. 8:30:16. So right now, attackers can try what they think will work. Then they can adjust based on what they saw. This could boil down to just saving 3 attack templates. Let's say a few attack templates and having one of them always be successful. I guess, and relying on one of them always being successful. I think that would be a pretty big problem because you wouldn't really have much strategy in the game other than try template number 1, then try template number 2, etc. I think that if defenders have enough, I think that if defenders have enough of a framework for surprising attackers, then it could really open up the attacker's strategies as well. This is the expand the decision tree with so many variables that players need to perform more analysis solution. I think this made, yeah. So, okay, then the question is, so how do defenders do this? They would need more control over their own computer. This is looping in the stuff we'd thought of about a year ago. Originally, what we wanted to have the game hosted in the same way that something like Terraria is, or even Minecraft. So Minecraft, back in the day before Realms existed, you had to launch a server and then share out your IP address, or the IP address of the server at least, and people would connect to that computer. And the way that Minecraft works is that everything was stored on the server. The way that Terraria works is everything's stored on the client. So either way, though, you had these players who could control the world. So when I go to Minecraft server A, they might have mod pack A, which has, I don't know, super fast mining and like extra items. And when I go to server B, they have no mods, and you're just playing the vanilla Minecraft experience. The server operators in both cases are determining what should the Minecraft experience be when you connect to this IP address. And so, in that same sense, we now have an asymmetrical bot land where there are defenders and there are attackers. And the defender sets something up ahead of time. In the same way that someone on a Minecraft server could set up their mod pack ahead of time, I think that a defender could say, on my arena, you can't use lasers. And I can't use lasers either. So now we have to find a way to do this without using lasers. Now, there are some issues with that in that players might not have unlocked more than just lasers. So now maybe you've made certain attackers just completely ineffective. So we need to find ways around that too. But I think that would be doable. I think this would definitely make it so that like players are building AI puzzles and attackers are solving it. So pros and cons. So defenders have more tools for building these AI puzzles. So attackers can't just apply the same strategies. And to some extent, I wonder, like, what if there was a defender set up a global script? They could set up something where it's like every time you move 2 tiles to the right, it'll push you 1 tile to the left or something. And that way you're like, oh, I've never seen this before. And the defender's using this to exploit your AI, and you got to come up with a way around it. And maybe your exploit is like, I'll just teleport then. So I'm moving 5 tiles to the right, and it's pushing me 1 tile to the left again. And now you find a way to like overcome their arena. I think it could be some really cool things. Maybe they have arena scripts where they can have traps or global effects, e.g. standing on odd numbered tiles will light the bot on fire. And so they just set up their bots so that they're never on odd numbered tiles. Like, some of this stuff I think could be interesting because you as an attacker, you'll see this happen. You'll be like, okay, I'm going to go with my preloaded strategy that I have where bots just look like this, and this is the perfect strategy, and I run it, and yep, I won, cool, awesome. Well, now you go to a different defender's arena, and they're like, oh, anyone on a light blue tile is ignited. And so now these 4 bots that you have here in the middle are just on fire, and you're like, wait, whoa, I should probably deploy my bots over here then, and now make it so that they, let's say, only try to move diagonally as fast as possible when they have to move. But meanwhile, the defender, knowing these rules, will have only put theirs on these dark blue tiles as well. So I think it can be interesting. I don't know if it would be fun, but it could be worth trying where you set up all these parameters ahead of time. So, okay, I want to write this down and I want to plan this out. So defenders have more tools for building, so they can't just apply the same strategies. For example, dark blue tiles are covered in napalm. The defender would place their bots in such a way so that they don't ignite. But the attacker may never have seen this before. And if the defender has tools for this, then they can do this in any pattern that they want. I think it... Okay, anyway, that's one thing. I think cons here are that... what's the big con? There was something I wanted to write here. Oh, yeah. Hardware unlocks probably need to be very different. For example, if the defender somehow disabled lasers, but the attacker only has lasers and missiles, then now the attacker is forced to use missiles. Maybe the defender knows the order that hardware is unlocked in, so they know you only have missiles, so they use reflect. I don't know. These are the kinds of things that, like, I haven't even come up with a system yet, so I don't know exactly how this would work. But that's one of the cons. And this is a pretty soft con. It doesn't matter so much because we could just say, all right, yeah, in this mode of botland, all hardware is unlocked. Or the defender even gets to pick what the hardware does on that server. That would probably be a little bit strange, I think. Maybe they have arena scripts where they can have traps or global effects. For example, standing on an odd numbered tile will light the bot on fire, or when So when a bot comes within vision range of your bots, it is pushed to the left by one tile. Something along these lines. I have no idea. Just something where it's like this mixes up what the attacker has to do and how the defender can exploit this. So defenders have exploits over the attacker in the form of assumptions made. Well, not exploits, but benefits over the attacker in the form of assumptions made. E.g., the attacker may think they're safe moving into a particular area, but then they burst into flames. I don't know. Whereas the attacker has the benefit of being able to respond to this. So this is what happens in Hearthstone. If you guys have played, the new adventure came out, and you play against a boss, and you're like, okay, I can see ahead of time their hero power says like they'll summon, let's say, 3 minions every turn, but you don't know what their deck is. So you go in knowing, all right, 3 minions every turn. I should probably get a lot of board clears because they're gonna have lots of minions. But then you play against the deck and you're like, oh wow, that wasn't at all what I needed. Like, it turns out they're buffing those 3 minions all the time, or I don't know, they're sacrificing them for something else. And so I think you go in and you're like, oh, now I understand. Now I know how I can beat this. And then you work out the strategy and you eventually beat it. So I think giving defenders these tools is working more toward that line. And yeah, how they do that, I don't know. But so yeah, maybe. Yeah, so pros. Another way of saying this is that it addresses the fact that strategies slash loadouts will not be enough to influence attackers to make wild changes to their strategy. Okay. Alright, so what if you could set parameters for individual weapons? Yeah, so maybe you can set parameters for individual weapons or even disable complete sets of weapons. For example, maybe you can say lasers do minus 50% damage, but melee does plus 50% damage. These could be global or just impact the attacker. So, I don't know how many of you played Final Fantasy Tactics. I haven't even played it. I played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, which is very similar, but not the same. The way that this game worked is there were laws in the game. So, in one game, you might have... Yeah, here we go. Here's the picture I want to show you guys. So, yeah, in one game, you might have... What? This is not really the screen I was thinking of exactly, but, like, you can't use broadswords. So in Final Fantasy Tactics, it was slightly annoying, I guess, because you'd be like, well, what? Like, I just got to go change my equipment from broadsword. But I think you couldn't just do that. You also had to switch classes to do that. And that, okay, yeah, so that was the interesting part of that, I guess, is like you were punished for using broadswords, but you were benefited by using spears. There was some like system where you could build up combo points or something. So you'd change classes from something like a knight into a, whatever they call them, dragon. What do they call it? Dragoon. And so now you'd have spears, and now you're working with the laws instead of against them. So what I'm saying is like, what if defenders could set this up? And it's sort of like, yeah. So these are actually two separate ideas. Maybe you can disable complete sets of hardware. This could be like laws in Final Fantasy Tactics, where you're not outright... Blink Daffer, thanks for following. You're not outright prevented from using the item, but you're punished for it. So like, what if every time you shot a laser, you took 10 damage? I imagine this would be purely event-based. For example, when bot stands on, when bot.x %2 equals 0. Well, this is like condition action ignite bot. Yeah. Okay. Or, yeah, I don't know what the condition would be here, but so another condition might be like when a bot shoots lasers, make that bot take damage. And so you need some condition on this, like bot shoots lasers, action, damage bot, 50. You think that'd actually be viable? Why wouldn't a player just pick the hardware with buffs? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't finished designing this. I think that's a fair question, though, of like, if something like this happened where you said, oh, melee does more damage, then you would just probably pick melee. But the thing is, so in my head, at least right now, and like I said, I haven't finished designing this, so perhaps I get to the end of this and I'm like, yep, nope, this totally won't work. But you as a defender would say, knowing that I buffed melee, I'm going to now make the counter to melee. So you set up some walls like here and here. So now the only way they can approach you is by going through the center part, obviously. So they have like this area to approach. And then you've got missiles bots around the corner. And you've got like artillery bots here or something like that. So now you have bots that are going to be like lobbing a bunch of firepower into here, knowing that their melee is stronger, sure, but you set up a defense specifically to counter that they're probably going to be using melee bots. So it's just something for you to think about as an attacker of like, oh, I could put melee bots down, and yeah, they'll do a lot more. Like, I guess M stood for missiles over here, so I don't know what to represent melee with. I guess ME instead of MI. But so you put down a bunch of melee bots, and you're like, oh, that's what they expected me to do. So I've got to actually put down like melee and teleport, and that way I can teleport directly over to here and start gunning them down. Or maybe they planned for that too, and so they put their melee bots over here. Like, this is just, in theory, this might work. In practice, it might end up breaking completely. I don't know. But I think the whole point of this would be just give the defender enough tools to the point where it throws the attacker off guard a little bit and just forces them to think. The point of this wasn't like make it impossible for the attackers to win. It's make it impossible for the attacker to just like copy paste a strategy that works every single time. How about putting walls in the center instead? I mean, this would be up to the defender. So if you decide you don't want them here, you just put them somewhere else. That would be okay. You can have traps or global effects. This could be, it might be interesting to tie this into progression. For example, you end up with the action damage bot, but your conditions are such that it would end up hurting you, so you just don't use it yet. I don't know. Is there somewhere I can test this? Yeah, you can test it right now. So this how to play, I do suggest reading this whole thing. It's only about a page long. It's got a link to the game. When you register for an account, you don't need an email address or something. Just type in a name. You don't even need to remember it if you don't want to. Ideally, you should make it your Twitch name so that I at least know who's doing what in the game. Type in a password. This is hashed and salted, so I won't know what it is. There's no way for me to know what it is. And then just hit create account, and you're immediately in the game. So once you're in the game, it'll look like this. At that point, you can create bots if you want. The first thing you should probably do actually is go buy all of the hardware. So over here, you can click all, and then you'll see the hardware that you don't own, which I think I own it all, so that's not going to show anything different. But anyway, you can buy hardware here. You can customize your bots. So I can say like, okay, I want missiles and artillery and thrusters. And then you can write a script for them if you want. So if you don't want to write a script, you can simply go into helper functions and choose figure it out for me and drag it onto your canvas. Or just don't even do that. Actually, by default, it says figure it out for me. So that'll be fine. Then you can play a game. The way the playing a game works, you should just read the how to play because that's going to make it much clearer. But then once you're done with that, you can put down bots and test it out and see if it works. So yeah, game is playable right now. Yeah, and there's a lot of bugs and a lot of things are not really finished yet. They need more control over their computer. Maybe they have arena scripts. Maybe they can disable complete sets of hardware. This is actually very similar to the arena script idea above, where shooting lasers could damage the attacker. And maybe you can set parameters for individual weapons or even disable complete sets of weapons. So all of this is actually lumped into this system. This is actually a pretty good system, I think. Oh, except for this, where you have to have a buff. Say lasers do 50% damage. This is different from the arena script idea in that each downside, each disadvantage comes with an advantage to offset it. I think nerfing a stat like laser should automatically buff another one. Yeah, that's what this thing would do. And I don't know if that's enough to, like, I really like this idea. I like this idea of that the defender can just set up something about their arena that you might never have seen before because maybe someone just didn't do that. So it could be something as simple as like I said, you've got bots in the arena and you say, okay, every time I move right. So I've got my bots here. And it's like every time you move right, you're actually pushed upward or something like that. So now as you progress across the arena, your bots are going to go up and up and up. And I don't know, like you need to work around that basically. So the defender would have set up their arena in such a way, in that case, they would have probably set up most of their defenses in this general area here. Because they know that you're going to be forced up and to the right. And in that case, you would need to change your script a little bit to make it go in a different pattern. It could get super annoying though. I think that's another thing here is like attackers need to, well, almost definitely need at least one attempt just to see what the defender's special configuration looks like. This is like trying out a boss in Hearthstone. You don't necessarily know enough just from reading to see what the impact is. In fact, what if the attacker couldn't even see this? Maybe the attacker, there's a game where it's a card game, I think. I don't remember what it's called, but you guys might have heard of it. You come up with rules. Every player can come up with rules, but you can't state what the rules are. Does this make sense? There's something like you have to shout every time you put down a card, and that's a rule that someone might come up with, and they just start shouting as they play cards. And then someone else makes a rule where like the 4 of spades is, I have no idea. I don't remember much about the game, but what if you didn't know? Maybe the attacker couldn't tell what this script even was. So they may get really close to winning and then realize that the event is when CPU has 25% life, pulse out a damaging beam from the CPU or something like that. I think one of the other cons here would be this would probably be really hard to balance. we could kind of work around this by doing what King of Thieves did and making sure the computer is beatable by the defender before allowing them to save it. Yeah. Yeah, and so what you'd end up with at very high levels, hey AMD, what you'd end up with at very high levels of the game would be these puzzles where it's like you'd need to come up with exactly the right way to beat it. And at that point the game becomes incredibly frustrating for attackers. For defenders it's really satisfying because you're like, "Oh, no one beat my defense. I am unstoppable." I think it's interesting though. I think this could also lead to frustration if top level players are making insane defenses that are practically unbeatable without major script modifications. Which, of course, other players could copy/paste. The defenses. And spread the annoyance. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. I think the game's online now. People can play it. I think it's interesting. People said it's generally fun. I can see some of the shortcomings of the game, and I'm trying to address them. And I think I have this idea right now of what if you could make... So what if right now players in the game... Let me just close out of that. Players in the game right now are setting up their defense. And their defense consists of like, okay, I've got a shield and missiles bot. Okay, I want those here, 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 and here. Okay, now this one is like, I don't really have anything else that's interesting. Okay, I've got, let's say, an artillery bot, and I put those like here, 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 and here. And that's it. And so when attackers see this, they're like, all right, he's got a missiles bot. All right, I'll do this. And then he's got this. I'll do something else. Blink Dapper says can't play. What's wrong? So you can't access it from certain browsers right now. I think like Microsoft Edge doesn't work. I don't know if that's what you mean by can't play, or if it's like, is the link not loading for you? Is it giving you an error? Do you have WebGL enabled? What browser are you using? Is there a script reference or wiki? There is, but it's not complete, so it's not really worth looking at right now. Where is this thing? Yeah, coding in Botland. Yeah, this is not complete. It's not up to date. So there's a lot of things. Mixed content. Oh, do you have an extension for HTTPS everywhere? Because if so, you would need to just disable that for this site. Yeah, you must have an extension for HTTPS everywhere. Yeah, you should disable that just for this site. Or if you don't want to, don't. Like, I'm not trying to make you do something you don't want to do, but I'm just saying that's how you would probably get around this. Eventually, I will have SSL certificates set up, and I'll be serving all this using TLS. But I'm just not there yet. Oh, you do have it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's get back to this. Excuse me. So this would have to, like, you wouldn't start out with these, I guess. At the beginning of Botland, you wouldn't start out with these conditions at all. So it would just be a game about what the prototype has now. Responding to hardware loadouts and positioning. Hey, Bukar. Yeah, things are going pretty well. They're not perfect by any means. Like, there is still a lot to do. And I don't know if this complicates things. I think that the attacker just needs to learn different rules. This may complicate the game a bit. I think that's a necessity. I feel as though this will happen regardless of what change we make to the game. So I think the question is really, does this go beyond our complexity budget? This is a really, really good pro, though. Attackers can't apply the same strategies. And I think this is like, this greatly expands the creativity in setting up your defense. So yeah, how do we set this up exactly? Because if we allow you to just write any script you want, let's pursue this idea down here. Pursuing arena scripts for a bit. So if we just give you blocks to set up, like blockly blocks, set up whatever script you want, then you can probably create some pretty overpowered setups. By combining conditions / actions, probably create some pretty overpowered setups. If we give you preformed condition plus action pairs, you know, this would actually be kind of interesting, right? What if you made it so that every time you move left, for example, you end up healing? If the attacker doesn't know that, they could still see it happening. They could say, wow, the defender's doing something really weird here. And then they could exploit that too, once they figured it out. I don't know, I think that can be interesting. This could be frustrating, but it could also work in the other direction, where the defender can exploit a fact that the attacker doesn't know. E.g., when a bot moves left, heal it. Or rather, when a bot moves right, heal it. I don't know. It's along those lines. If you have artillery which has a range of 12, does that mean you can see bots 12 tiles away? No, so this has to do with the whole, like, this is incomplete and out of date. So I'm assuming you're talking about something on here, which is why I didn't really want to link this to you. Does this say something about 12 tiles? Where is artillery? It doesn't even have artillery on here. Where are you getting that from? In-game hardware. Yeah, this is wrong. Basically everything on the wiki is wrong. Like, all stats are subject to change. Yeah, this was last updated in December, so this is like 9 months old at this point. But anyway, to answer the other part of your question, so the higher range on the weapon, the better range in general. So no, your bots always have a vision range of 5 right now. And artillery can actually shoot up to 7 tiles now, but the only way to actually get that vision range is to call a certain API called activate sensors. So this. Yeah, Sir Crash, I wouldn't go looking through the wiki if I were you. Like I said, a lot of that's going to be out of date. And eventually, yes, I'll have to take a sweep over it and update everything, but if these are even correct, then that's just a result of me never updating the values in the code. But yeah, a lot of this is wrong. And a lot of it's just going to be cut out from the game anyway. Like, we have entire pieces of hardware in the game that I'm going to get rid of. If you look at the store, you can see there's reclaim armor. I got rid of how this can even work. This is impossible to use right now. And same thing, all the reclaim stuff is impossible because I got rid of reclaiming. So yeah, there are 3 different reclaim hardwares. They're going to probably just be removed completely. I just haven't gotten to it yet. And I don't know for sure if we're going to put it back in the game. Can artillery fire at its max range without vision? No, it can't. and it has a minimum range of 5. Have you been Google Docking for a while now? Do you know how to change the margins? Can't seem to find it. Page setup? Yeah, there you go. And no, I haven't been doing this for a while, but there's a search the menus thing up here. So if you just type in margins, you find it in page setup. And page color, wow. I can change this to whatever I want. No problem, Syntonic. Yeah, alt slash. So one of the things that's kind of nice about Google products, and actually, I think other sites might be doing this too. So like if you go to GitHub, for example, and you press shift slash, it opens up the keyboard shortcuts and you can see all of them if you want, and then you can just press these on a page. So like go to notifications. Actually, I probably shouldn't do this on my real page. All right, never mind. Anyway, you guys can test this out if you want. But same thing in Gmail. If you just hit shift slash, you'll find out about a bunch of shortcuts you might not have known. And does Facebook do this too? No, not on, well, not in an incognito tab at least. Okay, so if we give you preform condition slash plus action pairs, e.g. when bot shoots lasers, take 50 damage, then you'll have a large inventory of these cards. I'm not sure what I want there. Like I guess it's the same thing as anything else, which is like, what are the goals for this? The goals for this are to defenders have enough of a framework for surprising attackers. Yeah. So how do defenders gain more control over their computers in order to change up attacker strategies? What are other interesting conditions and actions? We need to come up with all of the different excuse me, and weigh what you can do. Because I worry that there'll be some set of things that's just really good to have. Of like, when the enemy does this, just deal damage to them. Let's try to think of some of these conditions and actions. So when a bot uses a particular hardware, this is like when a bot fires lasers, when a bot uses a shield. So that's when they use a particular hardware. When a bot uses, well, this is a particular Terminator, I guess. No, hardware maybe? No, Terminator. Maybe Terminator. More or less. So fire lasers, move, perhaps with a particular argument. Move left or move right. No, it would actually be based on the action, not the API. That way, pursue would still trigger move right conditions. So fire lasers, shield, like those sorts of things. What other conditions could there be, I guess? When a bot is on a particular tile. So these are things you can do where you could say like, okay, on a particular tile, I want to be healed. So some conditions. Let's just tab this back. Some actions. So it could be like modify life, either deal damage or heal. Apply a buff. shield, cloaking, etc. Apply a debuff, stun, fire, etc. What else? I mean, maybe that's it. I don't know. Move the bot. Move the actor. So what I worry about, coordinates, magic condition, e.g. on odd tile, x is less than 5. Is this interesting enough? So, alright. Sample combinations. When a bot is at x greater than 5, modify life, well, heal 50. Twitch keeps telling me there are no live channels when I go to game dev. Kuka, how are you going to game dev? Twitch TV / directory creative. Let's take a look. So, yeah, what happened to the tags? Oh, it's saying there are no live channels for anything, huh? 0 viewers, 0 live. Yeah, it's saying that there's no viewers for anybody. What if I just click any of these? Magic. Well, there probably aren't any magic channels right now anyway. Let's click what probably has painting. Yeah, so there is at least a painting stream, but it just says, yeah, so this is just a bug right now, Kuka. So when x is greater than 5, heal. This is useful for defenders. And by the time it's useful for attackers, it may be too late for them to benefit. So this is mostly used to produce asymmetrical effects. So pros and cons. It mostly produces asymmetrical, well, if it produces asymmetrical effects, e.g. heal when x is greater than 10. It's not really asymmetrical, it's symmetrical effects. Okay, so symmetrical effects like ignite when on odd tile will obviously be abused by... Hey, research. You have an introduction. I see you're writing a guide. Have you completed the game yet? No, I haven't. I'll show you the last recap video. I think that's a pretty good way to sum up the last month and a half or so. Chase says, doing some schoolwork and have a super new question. Supposed to read from a file using standard in. I've done it in Java with scanners, but not sure how to go about this. So Chase, I think when it comes to schoolwork, what I typically try to do is help someone find the answer without actually just telling them. So, okay, Octaris just linked this in. But this is what I was going to say, is there's a site called Stack Overflow, and you can typically end up searching on here. What you'll end up with, though, is usually like the answer. And I was going to suggest that maybe try to look up the documentation of the language, in this case C++, and you could try to say like C++ stdin read a file, and you'll find a reference page, And I was going to say, this is the way you could probably piece it together yourself. Granted, they usually have examples on these pages too. I don't see an example on this page. But Stack Overflow will usually have exactly the code snippet you want to use. So yeah, I was going to suggest use Stack Overflow, search things. Maybe that particular answer answers exactly what you want. C++ docs are so bad. Yeah, I think for the standard library it might be bad, but if you're ever using an extra library like Boost or Qt plugins, anything like that, you can typically, their documentation is a lot better. But yeah, C++.com isn't great. Exploited by defenders. I don't know if this is even a con. This is just neutral. Like, I like this idea in theory. I just don't know if it works. Because what are you probably going to use this for? So something like this, or when x is less than 10, damage 50. This hurts attackers. For just standing around. What mouse do you use? I use a G600. Still doesn't work on Chrome, by the way. Blink Daffer, did you disable your extension? If you're still getting mixed content errors, it's almost certainly because of an extension. No, so Blink Daffer, that's the issue right now is that you're trying to load the website through HTTPS, but I don't have an SSL certificate. So when it tries to reach out to HTTP links, it's going to say there's mixed content and prevent you from doing it. So just disable your extension and try loading it through. Okay. I see you linked the same thing a second time. Yeah, so just disable your extension. And an easy way to do that, if you have things set by default, you can just open it in an incognito window. And by default, your extensions are disabled. You might have enabled them in incognito as well, in which case you just have to go disable the extension. So, yeah. Okay, what else do we have here? Like, when a bot shoots, calls fire lasers, damage 50. Defenders would essentially be soft countering lasers. Oh, you're using the old bookmark. Okay, I see Blink Daffer. Nice. And I'm not saying you won't run into bugs that are my fault, but I'm like that's going to happen almost definitely. But that one in particular is just something I haven't set up yet. So you just need to access the site through HTTP. Yeah, so these are the kinds of things that I think people would do. Or even something like when x%2 equals 0, ignite. Defenders would just stand on odd numbered tiles. I think all of these are perhaps too punishing. So some of the actions may be too punishing, e.g. igniting attackers. Yeah, maybe you can just change hardware around. So this whole thing of like, let's have lasers do less damage, but melee do more damage. I don't know. I'm not sure what's best here. Also, I'll link this in for anyone who's been on the stream for a while. And the reason I say the whole been on the stream for a while part is like, you'd need 20 plus hours in chat if you want to join this. But yes, the 1 year stream anniversary is coming up on September 8th. And I think people have said, let's see. Yeah, there's 1 yes, 2 maybes. Yeah, Arcturus. 2 hours, 8 minutes. And it's mostly just because of, I guess, the rules of the server, the whole make a brand new character thing, but also because of I might end up posting it on my own computer. I'm not sure. I probably won't do that, especially now that I'm advertising this ahead of time, because there are 20 hours between now and Thursday of next week. Yeah, I don't think this solution can work. I think there's too much variability here. I think most of these work out to different ways of... Yeah, most of these just end up being ways to hurt the attacker and not the defender. I think this is the biggest con here. Like, if our goal was to give the defender an advantage, then this is definitely not the way to do it, as this is too complex. Yeah, Joe, you have a lot of time. Yeah, so I don't think this system can work. I think that's my conclusion here, is that the arena script system can't work. All of these end up hurting attackers in ways that they can't do anything about. So the only thing this system accomplishes is giving an advantage to the defender. There are better ways to do that if that's what we're trying to accomplish. So, okay, yeah. The arena script system. So, about arena scripts. The other problem with them is that there needs to be a whole other... There needs to be UI just for making an arena script. So I think the better way could be something like this. But then how many of these are you allowed to have? Like, what if you're just allowed to tweak all of the different hardware? So you make it so the melee is like one-hit kill. Then the only way to play is basically with melee, and then who can have the better melee script? But maybe that's an interesting thing to do. I'm not sure. Okay, well, let's pursue this idea of maybe you can set parameters for individual weapons. Pursuing setting parameters for individual weapons. So, in one system, each... Yeah, the problem... Man, Octeris, I don't like that I'm not coming up with things faster. That's the only issue. I still feel like I should leave almost no stone unturned. And the reason why I say almost no stone unturned and not just no stone unturned is because there are certain requirements I have from the game. Certain things that I want to be the way to play botland and just how things will work. So we could say, so that each pro has each advantage has a built-in disadvantage. Custody is your old account? Oh wow. Which, by the way, you didn't necessarily have to log in if you didn't want to. You could always do time of anyone. Timber has been here for almost 1,500 hours. Each advantage is a built-in disadvantage. PG plus 50% lasers damage, minus 50% melee damage. By combining these, you can essentially negate certain types of hardware. but the attacker would know about this too. Well, yeah, and it's not just that, Octaris, but I have lots of ideas, but they're not all good ideas. Like that thing about arena scripts that I just came up with. I came up with it. I thought, oh, this could have a lot of promise, and then I explored it a bit, and I thought, no, I don't think it can work out, or at least it doesn't accomplish what I was trying to accomplish. Maybe you end up buffing melee so much that you have that it deals one-hit kills, even at level 1. The game would turn into who can write a better melee script. So we can mitigate this by putting reasonable minimums slash maximums in the game. That way nothing can be reduced below 25% total damage, and nothing can be increased above 250% damage. Babel idea plugin. And yeah, you're right, Octaris. And that's why I think this is good to do. What I've had as a worry that's been not even in the back of my mind, it's just been in the forefront of my mind for the last like month and a half, and it's just been causing a lot of stress, was that what if at the end of all of this I come to the conclusion that, yeah, I can't satisfy the original requirements I had, and there is no fun game that I can think of that meets the requirements. And at that point, you either change the requirements, or you, I guess, reach out to more people to try to see if they can help. And yeah, it's a process. Okay, so we can make it so that each advantage has a built-in disadvantage. We could just give the defender 3 symmetrical effects to choose, e.g. plus 50% laser damage. Yeah. So they could choose 3 negative effects if they want, and then use the remaining good hardware. Or they could use, I guess it doesn't really matter how we do this, 3 positive effects. Shield duration plus 20. And exploit strategies for that hardware. Hey Goggles, I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? Exploit strategy for that hardware. I think this only moves the bar for how many templates of strategies we expect attackers to have. This is the whole, if the defender chose the shield buff, then I'll enable this part of my code. So I think in theory this works. Defenders have more tools for building these puzzles, but I just feel like it would have to change probably more core mechanics of the game than what currently exists. What are you actually doing? So I'm working on a game called Botland, and no wait, you just made your account 3 days ago. Oh, I can't answer your questions, Kool-Aid. Wait, did you make your account 3 days ago, or is this thing just lying to me? It says August 27th. Hang on a second. Time to investigate. One sec. Yeah, 3 days ago. Okay, yeah. So then I can link you to the FAQ, which Hideo did actually. So yeah, you should read through the FAQ then. Sorry, I have to have this policy about new accounts. I've been burned too many times in the past. I don't mind you asking questions, but like, you probably should read through the FAQ at first.
Hardware unlocks probably need to be very different. Attackers almost. Did your eye key break? This is like trying on a boss in Hearthstone. You don't necessarily know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's gonna work here. This is very tough. Let's go beyond our complexity budget. Not sure. I think these are the kinds of things that I should sort of just stew on. How else could we do this? What? Okay. What if? Oh, here's another idea. What if defenders could change game mechanics somehow? For example, maybe they make it so that lasers shoot at a range of... Actually, this would be pretty interesting. I was just talking about damage here, but what if defenders could change all parameters of weapons? For example, they could say laser range plus 10 or plus 5 or something like that, and just blind fire them to the side. Or maybe they could add life leech to melee. Maybe they could what other things? I don't know. Make missiles hit everybody at once. What if they could just build their own weapons? What if all weapons just worked this way? Like the defender was setting the... What if all weapons worked this way? So a defender is choosing the stats / qualities of each category of weapon. And by playing against a defender, you're using all of the weapons that they customize. This is interesting, definitely. So now your loadout would look something like this. Right now it looks like you could have vampiric lasers, level 3, let's say, or level 2. You can have something like Inferno Zapper, level 3, and you could have something like Thrusters, level 2. And this is your loadout right now. What if we boiled them all down to categories? So category is lasers, category is Zapper, and category here we'll probably say is armor. So now what if you just said, okay, I've got lasers level 2, I've got Zapper level 3, and I've got armor level 2. And this does not mean anything. Like, you don't know, does this do damage? Does this shield me or whatever? Like, you then go on to a defender's computer. Like, you're attacking someone, and this particular defender has said, like, lasers have a range of 4, damage of, like, something really high. I don't know, let's say 60% max life. And who knows what, cooldown 2 turns. And they said that Zapper is going to be like the thing to use. Its range is ridiculous. It's got like a range of 6, and it's, I don't know. What if they could set these things up? And what does that do exactly? It makes it so that there's some strategy you have to apply. I guess the game becomes about how do I counter hardware? And that's almost all that it... Well, and also, how do you write a script? Hardware choices and
the script to use them. For example, if I make Zapper deal damage anywhere within 5 tiles, then I don't need teleport or thrusters anymore. And walls probably don't matter. So changing game mechanics was something I don't know how they would do this. And I don't know what game mechanics they would actually change to. Yeah, I don't think they could change game mechanics. What if they could, like, they could introduce scrap into the arena? Or maybe, like, apply damage type? So I think damage type to me is like, I don't know, it's more to memorize in the game. And I understand the purpose of it. And I know that popular, successful games use it. But I don't like that, I think. You're going to be adding shadows to the entities? Maybe. Those are things I'm, like, not at all concerned with right now, Harry. It's all about game design. Scrapping the arena. They could have factories. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I don't know how defenders would even set this up, but it would be way too much to absorb as an attacker. Am I standing? Yeah. Is it interesting to make parameters of weapons? Like, what am I going to do as an attacker with this? So as a defender, this lets me bring hardware to the forefront that I want to use. And I can alter what the attacker is using. Kool-Aid, thanks for following. He's floating. The other side of this coin is that the attacker has to work within the constraints applied by the defender. I'm not sure this would be that interesting. Like, as a defender, if I want to set up a defense and I've got, like, let's just make a couple of bots here. So I'm like, I really like shield and I wish that was better. So I just set it so that shield is better and it's doing way more. And as a cost, now melee is doing less, let's say. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go with shield and artillery and this is my bot. Like, awesome, I'm happy with it. So I hit play game and I put my defense down of all these different bots with the stuff that I made. And I hit start. And so they shield themselves and they use artillery when they're in range and cool. Like, I say this is the greatest thing I've ever used. As an attacker though, I see that, wait a second, they made shield super powerful and they made artillery super powerful. Doesn't that mean that I only have to use a shield and artillery strategy? I think that devalues some of your strategy that you have. The defender is going to do everything in their power to make their strategy the best. So as an attacker, you may be forced to adopt the same strategy, but you'd be at a disadvantage because you have to kill their CPU and they don't even have to move. How do you put mechanics above graphics? Any type of look and feel in terms of which one to do first then? So Harry, the way I'm looking at this is, imagine if I was like, I want to make a first person shooter. I don't think the first goal is to go get gun graphics and go get like environments and player models. I think the goal is to say like, okay, how is this game any different from another game? And so let's say you say, okay, well let's put it in World War II, and I know there's a bunch of FPSs in World War II. Then that changes all the graphics you're going to get all of a sudden. So that's why you can't go with art first unless you figured out what the game is going to be. Otherwise, you might end up invalidating all of your art choices. So, for example, in the original form of Botland, we did not have this concept of like a CPU, and actually in one form of Botland, we had a concept of a factory which could produce units. So let's say we went and got the art for factories, like, well, factories aren't in the game any longer, so we would have just wasted that artwork. We need some idea what we are attacking. What are you talking about, Blink? Why think about gameplay if you can reuse your 20-year-old code, just add graphics? No, I'm not trying to say Call of Duty is a bad series or something. That Call of Duty wasn't even supposed to play into this. I was just saying like you have to have a plan before you can come up with how you're going to package that plan. And I think it's, if let's say you already had graphics, coming up with a game to use those graphics, yeah, you can do that too. But I don't have the graphics right now. Just a skin over DOS. Disk system operating. Defenders are going to do everything in their power to make their strategy the best. So as an attacker, you may be forced to adopt the same strategy, but you'd be at a disadvantage. Yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah, I think my biggest conclusion is that this is pointing me to hiring a new game designer. I think I think this is what I need to do. But a game designer is going to do the same process I'm doing, just with more knowledge and experience going into it. So it's possible that if I say, like I said earlier, let's say I had requirements where I said, I want to make an FPS. I don't want players to be able to see anything on the screen. They only have sounds to figure out what's going on. So basically, like, all players are playing as though they're blind. That's the requirement. Like, it'd be really hard to make a game like this. First of all, I guess first person shooter makes no sense if there's no concept of a camera. So I guess I want to make a shooter. And let's say my final requirement is like, I want this to be very successful. Good luck finding a game designer, anyone in the entire world who can do something like this. I just don't think this is a possible set of requirements to make a game. Like, you just can't satisfy all three of these. I don't know how you do it. And by the way, I played a game before where there's nothing on the screen. You only had sounds. It was a maze. And it was really annoying to play. So I've just contrived a situation here, and I don't think anyone wants to make this kind of game. But suppose you did, you wouldn't be able to find someone to do it, because I think it's impossible. So I have a certain set of requirements for Botland, and I think that I'm coming to the point where it's like, well, this is maybe as far as we can go, or maybe there's someone else out there who can accomplish this, and I just can't. I think defending and attacking would be much more interesting if they were based on a random terrain. So the defender would build their defenses around a terrain, and the attacker would see weaknesses in the defender's adjustment to the terrain. Well, so one, that's assuming that there are even weaknesses in the defenders adjusting to the terrain. What if the defender has positioned themselves in what everyone in the world would consider to be optimal? And chances are the defender would do that as you get to more skilled players. But second, this random terrain just makes it harder to write scripts. I don't think it actually affects the game at all. Like, there's a lot of things that we could add to scripts, and some things that we've even tried adding to scripts, and I think it does just complicate things at some point. Like, look at everything in movement here. There's like a million different things you can pursue at any point, And you need to say, okay, I want to pursue a bot if I can find it. Then I want to pursue a hero, but then the CPU and spawners first. And now it's like, what happens if we add in a fifth thing? So imagine there's like forest, grass, mountain, water, and you're like, okay, move over grass if I can because the cost of that is this, and there's an objective over there that I need to reach. I just don't think it helps. I don't think it helps the game. There's something close to your blind shooter, but instead of not seeing anything, you cannot see any opponents, and it's all played. Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that game. But you do have vision. You just don't have vision of. You don't have vision of your enemies. So Venrix, I think that by doing that, like I said, you're complicating the scripting part, and I think you're one of the players who would play this for the scripting part. And my goal is to not make this be a coding game, because if it were a coding game, there are a couple of things. One, you shrink the audience of the game, and two, you run into, well, you can just copy paste other people's scripts, and since it really only comes down to coding ability, then you've literally copy pasted somebody else's strategy. And I don't think that's a good idea. But like I said, those are my requirements for the game of like I don't want this to be a coding game. And maybe that's a requirement I've just got to revisit and say, yep, it's a coding game, and here's what we're doing differently from other coding games. Okay, so where did I leave off here? I think I left off in that, and that defenders having tools to build these puzzles is a good idea, but I don't know how to give them those tools. I wrote something down here. And what does this do? Hey, Severin. How's it going? Yeah, I'm not sure how to get this. Huh. Well, I'm not sure what to do exactly. Like I said, I think it's find a game designer, and I'll probably use that site that Venrix linked in. I know there's some things on Reddit. The last time I posted on Reddit for game design, well, okay, so I actually said, "Hey, is there anyone out there to Skype with?" And no one answered that question. They started trying to address the questions I would have had on Skype, so that was not very fruitful. But I could try again. And part of this too is like, okay, there's this to consider, which is that I could be just incredibly dire right now, and that's it. It's because if you look at this, and we were to treat this as representative of the general population, like 6 out of 7 players had fun playing the game, essentially. Rather, 7 out of 7 players had fun. Oh, wait, no, there weren't 7 people here. Okay, 100% of the players had fun making a defense, and 7 out of 8 players had fun attacking. In my mind, if this were expanded to, let's say, 700,000 out of 800,000 players had fun, and even if this was like 90% of the defenders had fun, I'd be like, yep, that's it. Well, this game is worth pursuing. We would just need to know whether longevity is there. You also check TIG source. Yeah. So it could just be that, like I said, I'm being too difficult on the design that we currently have. I do think there are issues. And I think the biggest one is this. And this is something I can just do. This isn't very difficult of like just, hey, give phases to the attacker and change the balance a little bit. And there, like things are mostly the same. And yeah, if high level gameplay turns into, oh, just use this strategy every time, well, can't every game be summed up as that's how that works? Like, in a first person shooter, aren't there things you generally do as a competitive player? that you learned how to do over the course of time. In Super Smash Brothers, isn't that the case? In Hearthstone, aren't you like, well, I know they're a good player. I probably know what's in their deck. It's probably just how games go. And I think I should probably rate that here. FYI, I think every game eventually gets to a point where you're making the same high level decisions during a game. But I just don't want this to be so straightforward that you're always testing template number 1, template number 2, template number 3, and if they don't work, you're attacking somebody else. So I think my overall conclusion might be that we go with phases. The strategy part, I think phases can help address this too, and then we just have to implement some more and figure out the rest of the design. And then that's it. Then we've got a fun game, and it's all about just polishing it, fleshing everything out. And I don't say that in a trivial way. Like, I know what amount of work goes into that. Okay, so since earlier, there have been 2 more defenses that have been made. So Crash made a defense. Oh no, they just pressed the save button. And Blink Dapper, they also just pressed the save button. Okay, so those are empty. All right. Well, I think that's it for the stream for today. I'll be back online tomorrow, and we'll pursue some of this. I'll leave the prototype on for another, like, I don't know, hour or so, something like that. So if you guys want to play, get this document online, and you have the link to the game, and you have the whole way you play the game. If there's any other feedback, please send me a message on Twitch, or just type it in the chat now. And yeah, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll have hopefully been able to think about some of this stuff, come up with a way to get this to all work. So thanks for watching for today. Oh, not sure how to put this. Don't want to sound negative or something, but I don't think the straw poll you post in this chat is a reliable way of representing interest. Seeing people in this chat are already interested in this kind of stuff. Yeah, but I think they have been honest. Like, there have been straw polls in the past where it was mostly skewed toward the negative end of things, and it's the same set of viewers generally who are playing these games. I do agree with you, Rami. I think that I'm not doing this in a way that's representative of the larger population, and even if I were, the sample size is small. So I'm not saying that this is a conclusive, like, this game is going to be fun. I just think that it means we're on the right track, and that at some point, really, am I going to, like, quit Botland at this point after a year of trying to develop it and how much money I've spent and all that's, like, just the amount of resources that have gone into this and how much I've linked my life to this right now? Probably not. So I think I should take what the best idea is and just make that at this point. And then if it turns out to be bad, then fine, it turned out to be bad. And, like, I don't know. But I can't continue doing this for another, like, 4 years, and I don't think just stopping and going and finding a job tomorrow is a good idea either. So at some point, I think going forward is necessary. I think it's common of engineers to run into analysis paralysis, and that's probably been the last, like, month of time for me. Maybe it's not even paralysis. Maybe I have been making progress. At this point, I'm rambling. So I'm gonna head out. And like I said, thank you everyone for watching. I know I can sound neurotic and that my mood's been all over the place lately because there's just a lot going on here. So hopefully tomorrow I'm a little bit more leveled out and we got a plan and I pursue some of this and we'll see how things go. So take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, usual time. And yeah, have a good night.